Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. I thought I was alone on my survival trip, until I found the room full of bones with fresh blood on the floor. My name is Mark. I'm not a ghost hunter. I'm not a cop. I'm just a refrigeration tech who used to blow off steam by disappearing into the mountains for a few days at a time. No phone, no people, just me, a backpack, and the Appalachian woods. This trip was supposed to be like all the others. A few nights under the trees to clear my head, hike a trail nobody talks about, sleep to the sound of rain on my tent instead of trucks on the highway. That's it. Nothing weird, nothing paranormal. But a storm rolled in faster than the forecast said it would. The sky went from blue to black in minutes, and I ended up taking shelter in a cabin that wasn't on any map. At the end of a trail that, according to my GPS, didn't even exist. At first, it just felt old, abandoned. The kind of place kids dare each other to break into on Halloween. Then I saw the scratches on the inside of the door, the screws in the window frames, and the hatch in the floor that led down to a basement that smelled like rot and metal. If you're listening to this at night, maybe with the lights off, just remember I only went down there because I thought I was alone. I wasn't. 1.1. Present day. I'm finally telling this. I'm sitting in my truck right now. Driveway's dark. House is dark. Whole subdivision looks like somebody unplugged it. Out past the windshield, you can see the orange glow from the highway about a mile away. Every now and then a semi rolls by and there's this faint, distant roar, like waves you can't see. The dash lights are off. The only light in here is the tiny red dot on this cheap little USB mic clipped to the steering wheel. No music, no radio, just the truck's AC humming low and that little ticking sound engines make when they're cooling down. If you listen close enough, you can hear the neighborhood too, barely. A dog barking 3 houses over, somebody's wind chimes that never shut up, the click of my neighbor's sprinkler timer kicking on in the side yard. And under all of that, there's the other sound, the one I can't forget. Rain on metal. Not real rain, not tonight. It's dry as a bone out there, but my brain fills in the rest. It always does. I hear it in the AC hum, in the highway noise, in the way the wind nudges a loose piece of siding. It's been 12 years and my head still thinks it's listening to a storm beating on a tin roof. Everyone who knows me thinks I'm just the grumpy suburban dad who hates camping. My name's Mark. I'm 39. I live outside Columbus, Ohio, in the kind of neighborhood where every driveway has a basketball hoop and everyone pretends their lawn didn't come with the house. I drive a beat-up F-150 with a ladder rack and a dent in the back bumper from a guy who backed a pallet jack into me behind a Kroger 3 summers ago. I work HVAC and refrigeration. If you've walked into a grocery store in Ohio and grabbed a gallon of milk in the last 15 years, there's a decent chance I've been inside the guts of that cooler. That's my thing, big metal boxes that keep dead animals cold so nobody gets sick. My wife, Jenna, is inside the house right now, probably asleep by now with the TV still on. We've got a 7-year-old daughter who has a soccer game tomorrow morning, if it doesn't rain. Jenna thinks I'm out here answering emails or doom-scrolling TikTok. She has no idea I hit record 20 minutes ago and started talking like I'm calling into some late-night horror podcast. And I guess that's what this is. A confession to strangers I'll never see. Everybody in my life has the same story about me. Mark used to be really into hiking and camping when he was younger. But then he got older, had a kid, put on some weight, and grew out of it. They say it like it's cute, like I traded sleeping in the dirt for a nice king-size mattress and Costco pillows. That's not why I stopped going into the woods. I didn't grow out of anything. I just survived something I was never supposed to survive. I didn't wake up one morning and think, you know what? I'm done with this. I crawled out of a place nobody was meant to crawl out of. And I never went back. I don't tell people that. Obviously, you don't bring that up at a cookout. When guys at work start talking about taking their kids camping, about fire pits and s'mores, I smile and say something like, yeah, nah. I did enough of that before my knees went bad. They laugh, they nod. It makes sense to them. It's easier than saying, I get panic attacks if rain hits metal too hard, because that's the part nobody sees. Nobody sees me at this grocery store with my wife, pretending to check the cereal aisle while she walks past the meat section, because I can't handle the smell of raw beef and cold air hitting my face at the same time. The combination of blood and Freon takes me straight back to concrete and chains and that wet, iron smell that never leaves your clothes. Nobody sees me at 3 a.m. When a summer storm rolls over the neighborhood and the rain starts hammering the aluminum gutters outside our bedroom window, Jenna sleeps through it. My daughter rolls over and hugs her stuffed unicorn, and I'm just lying there, eyes open, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling in the dark, hearing something else under the rain boots on floorboards, a door creaking open, a breath that isn't mine, if a buddy texts in the group chat, hey, we're thinking about renting a cabin down by Hocking Hills this fall guys weekend. You in? I always have a reason to say no. Work, family, the game, my back, something. The only person who's ever heard the whole story is my older brother, Danny. And that was once, almost 10 years ago, when I got too drunk at Thanksgiving and started crying like ugly crying in his garage while the kids were watching football inside. He thought I was having some kind of midlife crisis. I told him about the cabin instead. He didn't say I was crazy. He didn't say I was lying. He just listened. Then told me something I still hear in my head if you ever tell Jenna about this. She'll never sleep again. Maybe just let this be your monster. So I did. For a while, as far as my wife knows. I had some kind of accident in West Virginia when I was 27. That's what we tell people if it comes up. I slipped on wet rock on a hiking trail, cracked my ribs, messed up my wrist, got mild pneumonia from spending a night lost in the rain before a park ranger found me. There's just enough truth in that lie to make it stick. Yes, it was West Virginia. Yes, I broke things. Yes, there was rain, and I spent a night out there that changed me. But nobody found me. I got out on my own, and I wasn't lost the way they think. So, why am I telling you now? Why sit in my truck in the middle of the night and pour this into a microphone for a bunch of strangers on the internet? Because of a headline I saw 3 days ago. I was on my lunch break, sitting in the truck behind a Meijer in Reynoldsburg, eating a gas station sandwich that tasted like cardboard and mayo. Scrolling on my phone, it was one of those local news links that shouldn't have even been in my feed, some algorithm hiccup. Remains identified in 2009 Appalachian cold case. Authorities suspect serial activity. I clicked it without thinking. There was a picture of a hillside, trees, bare in the winter, state troopers standing behind yellow tape. The words Eastern West Virginia and possible linked incidents were all over it. Buried in the article was a line that made my hands start shaking so hard, I dropped my phone between the seats. Investigators are re-examining a series of unsolved disappearances and an incident involving a remote cabin, sometimes referred to online as the hunting ground. They never used my name. They never said exactly where, but I knew then, last night. Jenna fell asleep early with some true crime Netflix show droning in the background. I couldn't watch it. Murder scenes with moody piano music feel like an insult when you've actually smelled what people look like when they come apart. I went out in the garage to grab a beer and I heard it. A podcast coming from my neighbor's open living room window. Voices floating through the dark with that weird late-night hush. Some guy was talking about unsolved cabin killings in the Appalachians. The host said something like, "We may never know exactly what happened in that house, or how many people were involved." I stood there in the dark between our houses, holding a cold can, listening to them speculate about my life like it was a ghost story. That's when it hit me. The story they're telling is wrong. The story the news tells is incomplete, filed away, sanitized. And the story that matters, the one I've been trying not to think about for 12 years, that one is still sitting in my head, rotting, just like everything in those tubs in the basement. Now I can't stop thinking about something else if I die without telling anyone what really happened. Then that cabin wins. He wins. So here I am, sitting in the dark, talking to you. Whoever you are, insomniac, horror junkie, bored night shift worker with earbuds in at 3 a.m. You're going to hear this before anyone else does. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Maybe that's why it's easier. This happened when I was 27. I went into those woods burned out and sleep-deprived, thinking I'd come back rested. Instead, I walked into someone else's hunting ground, and I'm still not sure I ever came all the way back. 1.2. Burnout, night shifts, and running to the woods. When this happened, I was 27 and thought I was invincible, in that way only tired young men can be. Back then my world was steel, Freon, and fluorescent lights. I was the guy they called when the walk-in cooler went down at 2 in the morning and $100,000 worth of meat was about to turn into biohazard soup. I drove the same F-150 I'm sitting in now, just with fewer dents and less rust. Up and down I-70 so often I knew every billboard by heart. My days or nights really blurred into each other. It went something like this. Wake up sometime around noon in a half-dark apartment because I'd taped a blanket over the bedroom window. Microwave last night's pizza. Throw on the same blue work shirt with my name stitched on the chest. Grab my tool bag and a coffee that tastes like burned plastic from the gas station down the street. Then drive. Drive to the Walmart in Lancaster because their freezer is icing up. Drive to the Kroger in Newark because the deli case is running warm. Drive to a strip mall where some sketchy discount grocer wants a quick look at a compressor that's been screaming for 3 months. The inside of my truck smelled like stale coffee, spilled energy drinks, and the faint chemical bite of refrigerant oil soaked into my tool bag. The passenger seat was a filing cabinet of crumpled work orders and fast food bags. My diet was whatever had a drive-through and was still open after midnight burgers wrapped in shiny paper. Fries gone limp by the time I hit the next red light. Gas station burritos that sat in my stomach like bricks. The highways were my office. I-70 at 2A is a different planet. It's just you, the big rigs, and a handful of people who either work the kind of jobs nobody sees or are doing things nobody should see. Sometimes I'd go a full week without seeing the sun properly. I'd walk into a store at dusk, spend hours in the back room wrestling with a frozen coil, and walk out at dawn squinting like a mole. My body never really knew when to sleep, so it mostly forgot how. The first time I caught myself blinking for too long behind the wheel was on a straight stretch of freeway outside Zanesville. 1 second I was watching the dashed white line go tick, tick, tick under my headlights. The next second, my truck was humming over the rumble strip, and there were taillights way too close in front of me. I jerked the wheel, heart slamming into my throat. The truck swerved. Coffee flew out of the cup holder and splashed my jeans. The other driver leaned on his horn and flew past, probably flipping me off through his windshield. I don't blame him. I told myself it was a one-time thing. It wasn't. Little micro-sleeps started creeping in. 2 seconds at a stoplight where the world blinked and jumped. A moment on a dark county road where I'd realize I didn't remember the last half mile. I started cranking the radio and slapping my own face just to stay present. The lack of sleep did other things too. Weird things. I'd be pulling into a store's loading dock at night, orange sodium lights buzzing overhead, and I'd swear I saw someone standing in my rearview mirror right behind the truck. I'd twist around, and there'd be nothing but the empty bed and my ladder, sometimes. In the silence of a closed grocery store at 3 a.m., kneeling next to a humming compressor, I'd hear my phone ring, not like a phantom vibration, an actual ringtone in my head. Clear as day, I'd grab at my pocket, already annoyed, and pull out a dead quiet phone. Your brain doesn't like it when you treat it like that for too long. My boss, to his credit, wasn't an idiot. He was an old refrigeration guy himself, with the permanent chill of having spent half his life in 38-degree rooms. One Tuesday morning, I rolled into the shop to grab parts, and he took one look at me and frowned. "You look like ass," he said. "Love you too," I muttered, rubbing my eyes. I'd worked a call until sunrise and then stopped at a diner for pancakes I barely tasted. He watched me fumble a box of fan motors off the shelf. I dropped one. It clanged off the concrete, and the sound went through me like a spike. "You driving today?" he asked. "Got 3 calls," I said. "Granville." Then he cut me off with a sharp shake of his head. "No, you're going home." "I'm fine." I lied. "Just need more coffee." "Mark," he said, using that tone you use on kids and drunk people. "Last night you logged out at 4:10 a.m. The night before that 3. Night before that 2. You're stacking nights like cordwood. I'm not having you fall asleep behind the wheel in a company truck. Go home. Take a few days, if you argue. I'm taking your keys myself." I opened my mouth to push back, then caught a glimpse of myself in the greasy little office window. Pale, eyes like bruises, jaw clenched like I'd been grinding my teeth in my sleep, if I'd been sleeping at all. I shut my mouth. "Yeah," I said. "Okay." He nodded once, satisfied. Clock out. Sleep. Do something that doesn't hum and leak Freon for a change. I drove home in daylight, which already felt wrong. The apartment I had back then was nothing special, second floor of a sad little building behind a strip mall. Carpet that never quite smelled clean. Blinds that never quite closed all the way. I tried to sleep. I really did. I flopped on the bed fully dressed, boots half off, and stared at the ceiling. My heart refused to slow down. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw headlights and rumble strips and big stainless steel doors swinging shut. So instead of sleeping, I grabbed my laptop. If you've ever been the kind of person who goes out into the woods alone, you know what happens next. Some part of your brain, wired for escape, starts whispering, "Get out, get away, go where nobody can find you for a few days." I opened Google Maps, zoomed out from Columbus, slid east past Wheeling, traced the green smudge that is West Virginia with my cursor, that tangle of ridges and valleys, the word Monongahela National Forest floating over a sea of contour lines. Back in college, before the bills and the night shifts, I'd spend weekends in places like that. Toss a pack in the back of whatever junk car I had at the time, drive until the radio turned to static, and then walk. It was simple out there: water, food, weather, trail, no emails, no service calls, no unpaid overtime, just the sound of your own breathing and whatever the forest decided to throw at you. I started searching. Monongahela backcountry camping. Less crowded trails, West Virginia. That led me to forums, old-school message boards where guys with usernames like Trail Rat and WView Backpacker shared GPS coordinates and humble bragged about miles hiked. One thread caught my eye. Little used access near road number redacted. Great solitude. Great solitude. That's exactly what I thought I wanted. The original post had a rough set of directions, mile marker this. Turn off there. A small dirt pull-off only locals use. Then an unmarked trail that hooked you into the national forest without the usual crowds. A few replies beneath it. Watch for overgrowth. Saw bear sign. No water for first miles, plan accordingly. No one said, "Don't go." No one said, "There's a cabin that eats people." It sounded perfect. In my head, it was simple. 3 days, 2 nights, hike in, find a quiet spot, set up the tent, turn the phone off, listen to wind and birds instead of compressors. Maybe take a nip from a cheap whiskey bottle by the fire the second night. Come back Monday with a clearer head and a healthier heart. I grabbed a notebook and started scribbling a packing list out of habit: tent, sleeping bag, pad, stove, fuel, food, filter, meds, spare socks, Glock 19 extra mag, light, map. Yeah, I carried, before you ask, yes, legally concealed carry permit and everything. When you spend that much time alone in the middle of nowhere, driving to sketchy backlots in the middle of the night, having a handgun isn't about playing hero. It's about not feeling like prey. Once the list was done, the rest happened fast. A couple hours later, I was pushing a cart through Walmart under that buzzing fluorescent hum. It smelled like popcorn from the front and disinfectant from the back. A kid was crying near the toy aisle. Somebody's ringtone played the same pop song on loop 2 aisles over. I tossed in instant oatmeal, ramen packets, trail mix, jerky, a couple of Mountain House freeze-dried meals I knew would taste like salt and cardboard but fill me up. I grabbed a small green propane canister and a cheap backup lighter. On the way past the liquor section, I hesitated, then picked up one of those stubby plastic bottles of whiskey, the kind they hang by the register for people who are in a hurry to forget something. At checkout, the cashier was a bored teenager with chipped black nail polish. She beeped my stuff through without looking up until she hit the whiskey. "Big weekend?" she asked, monotone. "Something like that," I said. She handed me the bag, the receipt curling out of the printer like a little white tongue. "Have a good one," she said, like they all do. "You too," I almost said. Instead, I just nodded and left. The sun hit me like a slap when the automatic doors whooshed open. The parking lot was a white glare of heat and asphalt, heat waves shimmering above rows of cars. Somewhere a cart corral squeaked. A kid yelled. A car alarm chirped. I loaded the truck, drove back to my place, and threw my gear together. Old green backpack that still smelled faintly of campfire. Tent rolled tight. Sleeping bag lashed underneath. Glock cleaned and checked. Holstered in my waistband. First aid kit. Headlamp. Extra batteries. Map downloaded offline to my phone just in case. When everything was stacked by the door like a miniature mountain range of nylon and metal, I stood there for a second and took it in. It felt good. Like I'd built a way out of my own burnout with buckles and straps. I was halfway out the door when my brother called. Danny has this timing where he always seems to know when I'm up to something stupid. I put the pack down, fished my phone out of my pocket. "Yo," I said. "You sound awake for once," he said. "What's up? Got a few days off." I told him. "Boss forced me. I'm gonna head down to West Virginia, do a little hiking, clear my head." There was a pause on the line. I could picture him in his kitchen, leaning on the counter. That little furrow he gets between his eyebrows when he's thinking too hard. "Where in West Virginia?" he asked. "Monongahela, kind of the western edge. I found this trail online." He cut me off with a snort. "Of course you did. You're not going off the map again." "Are you?" I laughed. "It's not off the map. It's just less on the map." "Mark," he said, and there was that big brother tone again. "You're not 20 anymore. Maybe pick a trailhead that actually has a sign this time. Maybe somewhere people have heard of." "I'll be fine," I said. "I've got gear. I've got a map. I've got a gun. I'm not an idiot." "Debatable," he muttered, but I could hear the smile. Then, more quietly, "Just text me a pin or something when you park the truck. If you disappear, I'd rather not be explaining." He went to an unnamed drainage off a Forest Service road to the sheriff. Yeah, I said. "I'll send you something. I'm just driving and disappearing for a bit. That's all." "You've said that before," he replied. "Just make sure you come back this time." I told him I would. I hung up. I picked up my pack, slung it over my shoulder, and stepped out of my apartment into the bright, hot afternoon. I thought I was just going to the woods for a break. I had no idea that this time, when I went off the map, I wasn't the one doing the hunting. 1.3. Trailhead, the last normal afternoon. The road into the forest narrowed slowly, like it was making up its mind about letting me in. Pavement turned to patched asphalt, then to gravel. The further I drove, the more the world behind me felt like a rumor. Houses thinned out, then vanished. The last convenience store was a sad little shack with a faded Pepsi sign and a single pump that I didn't risk using. Eventually, the GPS told me to turn onto what looked, at first glance, like a mistake, a skinny ribbon of dirt peeling off the main road, half swallowed by grass. I eased the truck onto it anyway. Gravel crackled under my tires, then gave way to packed earth. Trees leaned in from either side, branches knitting over the roof like fingers. Sunlight came through in patches, strobing across the windshield. The air changed too, going from hot and dry to that cool, green dampness you only get under a real canopy of leaves. After about a mile of this, the track widened just enough for a small pull-off, a rough oval of bare dirt and stones at the end of the line. That was my trailhead. No gate, no fancy sign. No welcome hikers. Just a couple of tire ruts where locals or hunters had parked in the past. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was almost a physical thing. No hum of a sea, no faint whine of the alternator. Just quiet. Well, not quiet. Not dead. Forest quiet, if you've never heard it. It's hard to explain. It's layers. Underneath everything was the soft hiss of a breeze moving through leaves, branches shifting and whispering above me. Somewhere just beyond the tree line, a creek or small river chuckled over rocks too far to see, close enough to hear the water catch and release itself over and over. Closer still. Cicadas whirred like 1,000 tiny power tools that never quite synced up. A few birds called back and forth. 3 notes here, 2 notes there. Like someone else's conversation you weren't invited into. What I didn't hear was just as important. No highway roar, no sirens, no people. The lot itself was empty. Maybe enough room for 4 or 5 trucks if people squeezed in. Mine was the only one sitting there. White paint glaring a little too bright against all the green. For a second, I just sat and breathed it in. Fingers still resting on the steering wheel. This was what I'd wanted to be at the end of the road. Literally. With nowhere else to go but forward. No stores, no calls, no boss asking if I could just swing by one more place on my way home. I stepped out. Gravel and dirt crunched under my boots. The air felt a shade or two cooler than it had on the main road. And it had that smell I'd missed: wet earth. Old leaves, something rich and alive under everything else. I locked the truck more out of habit than necessity, the beep-beep sounding weirdly loud out here. I shouldered my pack, feeling its familiar weight settle between my shoulder blades, and adjusted the straps until everything sat right. Then I took my first few steps toward the trail. The beginning of the path was clearer than I'd expected. Someone, at some point, had bothered to mark it. There was a squat wooden post just inside the trees with a white, weather-beaten rectangle nailed to it. Whatever words had been painted there were mostly gone, washed to ghosts by rain and time. I could make out a couple letters, maybe part of a T and an R, but that was it. The trail itself was a thin brown vein cutting up into the hillside, edged with ferns and low shrubs. Someone had walked it enough that the undergrowth knew to stay out of the way. A few candy wrappers and an empty plastic water bottle near the start told me I wasn't the first idiot to come out here with good intentions and lousy manners. I picked up the bottle and shoved it into the side pocket of my pack. Old habits. Then I started up. For a while. It was easy. A slow, steady climb that got my legs warm but not screaming. The kind of rhythm you fall into and forget about. Every few minutes there'd be a faded blaze on a tree, just a knife mark, mostly, or a strip of paint so faint you had to squint. But the footpath was obvious. A soft depression where countless boots had tamped leaves down into soil. As I moved deeper, the forest changed flavor. The trees grew taller, trunks thicker. The canopy closed overhead until the sky was mostly suggestion. A dim, silvery patchwork glimpsed between leaves. Sunlight filtered through in thin beams that picked out dust and pollen and tiny insects, turning them into little floating universes for a second before they drifted away. The smell of exhaust and hot asphalt was gone, replaced by damp moss, decaying wood. That sweet, sharp scent when you kick a red-brown layer of leaves and expose the dark loam underneath. Chickadees flitted branch to branch, scolding me like I'd parked in their spot, somewhere off to my right. A woodpecker hammered a tree with mechanical regularity. A squirrel exploded up a trunk just ahead of me, claws scratching bark, tail flicking like a little gray flag. It was peaceful, really peaceful. I could feel the knot behind my eyes loosening with every step. The place in my chest that had been tight for months eased a little, like I could finally take a full breath. My mind did what minds do when the body is busy, but the environment stops screaming at it. It wandered. I thought about work, about the stack of open tickets I'd left on my desk, about the inevitable text my boss would send after day 2, feeling better, ready to get back out there. I thought about the last argument I'd had with my ex, yeah. There was an ex back then standing in the little kitchen of my apartment. She'd been tired of me always being on call, tired of date nights canceled because some restaurant's walk-in was dying, tired of me falling asleep mid-conversation because my internal clock had been smashed with a hammer. "You care more about broken freezers than you do about me," she'd said. At the time, I'd snapped back something defensive and stupid. Now, months later and miles away, I mostly felt tired when I replayed it. I also thought about how long I'd been running on fumes mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever you want to call it. Out here, walking alone under a cathedral of leaves, it was embarrassingly obvious. That's what the woods had always been for me since college, a reset button. You go in with your head full of other people's demands and other people's noise, and somewhere around mile 5 or 6, the volume turns down, the static clears, your brain stops flashing error messages and starts acting like a brain again. I liked the silence. I craved it. Funny, looking back, how the thing I loved most, the absence of human noise, would become the thing that scared me the most later. How I'd go from seeking silence to being terrified of it, because I'd know, in my bones, what can grow in that kind of quiet when nobody is listening. But that afternoon, all of that was in some other timeline. I was just a guy walking in the woods, taking big swigs from my water bottle, feeling my shirt stick to my back with sweat, enjoying not being near anything that hummed at 60 hertz. After a couple hours of hiking, the trail curved around a low ridge and dipped into a shallow saddle between 2 hills. That's where I hit the junction. It wasn't an official intersection in the national park brochure sense. There was no big map under plexiglass. No "you are here" dot. Just a spot where the main trail continued straight, wider and more worn, and a narrower, wilder-looking path peeled off to the left. Some generous soul had pounded another wooden post into the ground there. The sign nailed to it was cracked and leaning. One corner shot clean off, literally shot the splinter pattern and small circle in the middle, said shotgun. Probably from someone who'd gotten bored or drunk or both. You could still make out faint routing info on the main trail, a number, maybe a name. The left-hand path, the one I cared about, had nothing. No paint, no arrow, just dirt disappearing into thicker brush. Exactly like the description from the forum said it would. Little used access. The post had said, he hadn't been kidding. I stood there for a minute, listening. The main trail sounded lighter, somehow. Somewhere down its length, I could hear a faint human noise, voices, maybe, or laughter carried thin on the wind. Could have been my imagination. Could have been a family somewhere by a creek. Kids throwing rocks. The left-hand path was just trees, leaves, the faint chuckle of water way down in the valley. Great solitude. I checked my phone out of habit, even though I knew what it would say. The The bars were already low when I parked. One bar. Then, as I watched, none. No service. The little icon of my carrier disappeared like it had been embarrassed and left. I glanced at my downloaded map. The blue dot that was me pulsed calmly near a thin gray line representing the main trail. To the left of that line, the map showed nothing but green shading and contour lines getting tighter as they climbed. No buildings, no roads, no little house icons. Just forest. I put the phone back in my pocket. This is what you wanted, I told myself, out loud, just to hear how small my voice sounded against all that air. No emails, no calls, just you and the trees. Then I shifted my pack, took a breath, and stepped onto the narrower trail. The change was instant. Branches leaned closer. The ground was less obvious, roots and rocks hiding under the leaf litter, demanding attention with every step. The light dimmed by a shade or two, like I'd walked from an open room into a hallway, somewhere over the ridge. The sky had started to change. I didn't notice it at first. That's the thing about weather in the mountains, it sneaks up on you. The light went a little more golden, that late afternoon honey that photographers love. I chalked it up to the hour. But when I found a flat rock next to a mossy log and sat down to drink some water, I finally looked up through a gap in the canopy, far to the west, beyond the rolling silhouettes of the ridges. A smear of darker gray stained the sky, thin at the edges, thicker in the middle. Cloud, stacked on cloud. Thunder grumbled way off in the distance, soft, non-threatening. The kind of lazy summer rumble you ignore because it feels like it belongs to someone else's town. I took a long swig from my bottle, feeling the cool water slide down into the heat in my chest. Sweat trickled between my shoulder blades. A couple of mosquitoes whined around my ears, reconsidered, and moved on. I pulled my phone out again, partly to drop a waypoint, partly because old habits die hard. The GPS still worked, even without signal. The little blue dot sat where it should, low down on a hillside, a good distance from the pull-off where my truck slept alone. I zoomed out a bit to get a sense of what lay ahead. The screen filled with green, layer after layer of it, rippling like a frozen ocean. The trail I was on thinned to a faint suggestion, then vanished from the map entirely. No roads, no cabins, no little gray polygons hinting at structures, just contour lines and the word forest lazily printed across miles of nothing. According to the map, the world ahead of me was empty. Trees, rocks, water. That was it. No houses, no people, no cabin. I remember thinking, with this little flicker of satisfaction, that I'd done it. I'd found somewhere you couldn't see on a brochure, somewhere that belonged, for a couple of nights, to me and me alone. Only later did I realize something that still bothers me more than anything else. The map was wrong. It hadn't just missed a detail or two. It had completely left out at least one building, one cabin. The one I was already walking toward, 2.1, deeper into Monongahela, beauty turning strange. The farther I went down that narrower trail, the more it stopped feeling like a trail and started feeling like a suggestion. At first, it was just a skinnier path. The defined dirt groove shrank to a pair of faint lines, a foot or so apart, where other boots had pressed the leaves down. Ferns leaned in, brushing my shins. Branches reached overhead like they were trying to lace their fingers together. After another half hour, even that hint of a line began to fray. The ground under the leaf litter was uneven, knotted with roots and scattered rocks. The only reason I knew I was still on the right route was because every so often I'd spot a small cairn, 3 or 4 stones stacked on top of each other in that deliberate way that proves a human hand was there. I'd pass one, check it with a glance, and then it would be gone behind me, swallowed up by the undergrowth if I stopped for more than a few minutes. I had the uncomfortable feeling that the trail would close over and I'd have to puzzle it out from scratch. The trees here were older, taller. Their trunks were thick enough that 3 of me couldn't have wrapped arms all the way around one. Bark furrowed deep, almost black in places where moss and lichen hadn't claimed it. The canopy above knitted together so densely that the sky was reduced to thin blue scraps, uneven and far away. The light dropped without warning, not sunset dark, just dimmer, green filtered. The bright, open afternoon feeling from the trailhead turned into something cooler, heavier. My eyes adjusted, but my body knew the difference. The air had that stillness to it, like inside a church when everyone holds their breath for a second. The sound shifted with the light. The cheerful chatter of smaller birds faded first. Those little calls I'd heard earlier, the back and forth songs, thinned out until they stopped altogether. In their place came a deeper kind of noise, wind up in the branches, rushing and hissing, leaves rubbing against each other with a dry, papery susurrus. Every now and then there'd be a creak as something big moved, wood flexing, trunks leaning a fraction under gusts I couldn't feel down on the ground. My own sounds got louder in the absence of everything else. The crunch of my boots through old leaves and twigs, the soft, rhythmic thunk of my trekking pole hitting rock, my breathing, a little heavier now as the trail angled upward in earnest. Pack straps creaked when I rolled my shoulders. Nylon rasped against my shirt. Once or twice, off in the thicker part of the trees, I heard branches snap, not just the little twigs that go under a squirrel, but something thicker. A sharp crack followed by the rustle of disturbed brush. I'd stop, turn my head, listen, and hear nothing. No movement, no panting, no hooves, no continuation of whatever had started the noise. Just the wind high above and the faint tapping of some bit of loose bark somewhere doing its own thing. It's probably deer, I told myself. Or a bear way off that decided it didn't like the sound of me and took off. The logical explanations were easy. It was the silence after that made my skin prickle, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to move again. The first odd thing I saw, I didn't register as odd at all. I came around a bend where the hillside dropped off sharply to my right. A big tree lay across that slope. Trunk snapped, or that's what I thought at first. It had fallen down slope at an angle. Branches twisted and bare on one side where they'd scraped the ground. But as I passed it, my eyes flicked to the base out of habit. Years of working around machinery had trained me to look at breaks, how things failed, what direction the forces went. This wasn't torn, it was cut. The stump was flat in places, oddly smooth for something that had supposedly come down in a storm. There were ridges, but they weren't random, more like the chatter marks of a saw that had bucked a little. The exposed wood was gray and weathered, but if you looked close, you could still see the circular arc of a blade, faint and old. Somebody had taken a saw, a big one, by the look of it, to that tree a long time ago. Not a Forest Service guy doing cleanup on a trail. This was off to the side, halfway down a steep slope where nobody needed extra space. I slowed, looked at it for maybe 2 seconds, felt that tiny tug of curiosity, then shrugged it away. Old logging, I muttered to myself, or some hunter needing sightlines. I kept walking. A little while later, the trail squeezed between two trees that had grown too close together, their trunks bending around each other like they were trying to refuse the gap. On the nearer one, at about chest height, something thin and metallic glinted in the dim light. I stepped closer. A length of wire thin gauge, rusted almost to the point of crumbling, was looped around the trunk, embedded, really. The bark had grown over parts of it, swallowing the metal in slow motion. Only a few inches showed, cutting a shallow groove into the tree as if it had once been tightened cruelly. One end of the wire disappeared under the bark toward the far side. The other vanished upwards, trailing into an old scar in a higher branch. It looked like the tree was wearing a noose and had half choked on it. People hang things from trees in the woods all the time, food bags to keep them away from bears, tarps, makeshift meat hooks during hunting season. I'd seen plenty. What got to me wasn't the existence of the wire. It was the fact that someone had left it there long enough that the tree had decided, screw it. I'll just grow around you. Probably old hunters, I said under my breath. Saying it out loud made it feel more concrete, less like I'd walked into the middle of a story no one had told me about. Another hour. Maybe more. It was hard to say in that dappled light, and I found the third little wrong thing. The trail narrowed to the point that it was more of a suggestion on one side of a big oak's roots than a path. As I stepped over a root, my boot scuffed the side of the trunk, and something pale caught my eye. It was a fragment of fabric, pinched where the bark split around a natural crack, grayish, stiff, with a faint pattern that might have once been plaid or stripes. You know how old t-shirts get that fuzzy look when they've gone through too many washes? It was like that. Only the wash here had been rain and wind and time. It was tucked deep enough that it hadn't blown there. It looked like a piece of shirt or jacket that had gotten caught hard when someone squeezed past, then torn free, leaving a portion behind for the tree to keep. I reached out and touched it with a fingertip. It didn't feel like plastic tarp or gear fabric. It felt like clothing. I pulled my hand back, wiped it on my pants without really thinking about it. Deer hunter, old camp, I told myself. The words came easy, but my shoulders had crept up toward my ears, and I had to consciously relax them. The sky had been slowly staging its own drama while I focused on the ground. At some point, the low, lazy gray smear on the horizon had thickened. Every now and again, the canopy would brighten for a second as the sun found a gap, then sink back into a sort of permanent twilight as a heavier patch of cloud rolled overhead. The wind, which had been a gentle push, gathered itself. It dropped down between the hills in little surges, making the branches above me rustle and hiss in waves. You could hear it coming before it hit, starting far off like somebody dragging a tarp over a stadium full of seats, then sweeping across until the leaves around me shook and whispered at once. The air cooled in that subtle way that says something bigger is changing. Sweat that had been comfortable on my skin started to feel clammy. I pulled a light, long sleeve from the top of my pack and shrugged into it. Not because I was cold yet, but because I knew I would be. The first clear crack of thunder rolled in from somewhere behind the far ridges. It wasn't overhead yet. It was the kind of sound that bounced around the folds of the land and came at you twice, once as a distant rumble, once as a softer echo from a different direction. I stopped and listened, counting out of old habit 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. By the time I hit 10, it was gone, still far enough away. Then, still somebody else's problem. My legs, however, were starting to vote against standing still. The trail here had gotten trickier. The ground sloped steeply down to my right, rock outcrops poking through the soil like submerged bones. To my left, the hill climbed in a tangle of roots and exposed stones. There wasn't a flat, tent-worthy patch in sight. I started scanning as I walked. That's what you do when you're planning to spend the night outside. You see every clearing, every levelish spot as potential. Is there overhead hazard, widowmakers, dead branches that could come down in a wind? Is water nearby? Is it low enough that you'd wake up in a puddle if it rains? Every place I saw had a problem. Too slanted, too rocky, too hemmed in by dead limbs just waiting for an excuse to fall. The thunder grumbled again, a little louder this time. The wind dropped for a heartbeat, then came back with a new edge to it, cooler, carrying the faint smell of wet things that weren't wet yet. The smart move would have been to backtrack until I found a spot that would do, even if it meant climbing uphill a bit. Instead, I told myself something I've heard a lot of people say right before things go bad: I'll just go a little farther. There has to be a better place up ahead. So I did. I pushed on. 1 step, then 10, then 100. I fell into that rhythm again, where your body is just a machine and your mind slips sideways. I thought about how good it would feel to take the pack off, to stretch out on my back on a pad, and listen to the rain drum on nylon instead of tin. I thought about the little whiskey bottle wrapped in a t-shirt in my bag, the first sip burning the last of the work week out of my throat. I thought about how quiet it was, and how I hadn't seen another human being since I left the truck. How the last man-made thing I'd encountered was a broken sign with a bullet hole in it. Time got strange in that way it does when there's nothing but trees and the same uphill slope in front of you. Minutes felt like hours, hours like minutes. I checked my watch once, then again later, and was surprised both times by how much and how little had passed. When I finally did stop to catch my breath, my calves buzzing and my shoulders stiff, I realized something that sank into my stomach like a stone. I had been walking longer than I'd planned. A lot longer. I turned slowly, looking back down the trail. It wasn't a clear line behind me anymore. It was a series of slightly less dense patches of undergrowth, a faint depression here and there. If I hadn't been paying attention to the cairns and the occasional blaze, I might not have been able to tell which way was out at a glance. If the rain came in hard, and it was going to, whether I believed it or not, those faint cues would wash and flatten. The trail would get slick. The rocks would turn treacherous. What had been an easy, "I'll just follow my footsteps back," would turn into a maze of identical trees and wet leaves and wishful thinking. A gust of wind came through then, colder than the last few, and brought with it the first tiny, sharp tap of something on my face. Not leaves, not bugs, rain, just 1 or 2 drops like a warning. For the first time that day, the edge of something like worry cut through the calm. I wasn't lost, not yet, but I had gone farther and deeper than I'd meant to without a plan for where I was going to sleep. The sky was gearing up to dump on me, and somewhere, under the whisper of the wind in the trees, the thunder kept clearing its throat. I hitched my pack higher, told myself there'd be a flat spot just around the next bend, and kept moving forward deeper into a forest that, on every map I had, was just an empty green space with nothing in it. 2.2. Stormfront. Losing the trail. The sky didn't ease into it. It flipped. 1 minute the light was that warm, late afternoon gold, slanting in here and there through the leaves, making everything look like a postcard. The next, it went flat. Like somebody had dragged a layer of gray over the world and turned the saturation down. Up through a gap in the canopy, I saw why. The clouds that had been a distant smudge before were overhead now low, swollen things the color of lead. They looked heavy, like they were physically sagging under their own weight. The air got that thick, waiting feel, the kind that makes your skin prickle even before the first drop falls. The wind changed, too. It wasn't the lazy, wandering breeze I'd been walking in. It came in sudden, sharp bursts that actually pushed at me. The tops of the trees thrashed, leaves slapping against each other hard enough to sound like applause. Every so often, a stronger gust would tear straight through the canopy, and you could hear it rip past a rushing, tearing noise that started way off to my left, tore across above my head, and vanished to the right like a train skipping stations. Underneath it all, the thunder stopped being background. Instead of that low, distant mumble, it came in defined waves now, single booms that rolled across the hills and bounced back in on themselves. You could feel it in your chest as much as you heard it. A dull thud under your breastbone like a giant knocking from very far away. But getting closer, the trail, such as it was, did not appreciate the weather. Whatever faint footpath I'd been following had been fading for a while. Now, under the dimmer light and shadows from the whipping branches, it almost vanished. The difference between trail and not trail shrank to a guess. Every few yards I'd stop, look around, and pick my best option. The land sloped gently up and to the left, downhill to the right, generally. The path had been contouring along the side of the hill, not gaining or losing much elevation. So when I reached a spot where bare dirt and crushed leaves disappeared under a patch of ferns, I'd look at the lay of the land, point my boots in what seemed like the right direction, and push through. Once or twice my GPS tried to help, then decided it was just as confused as I was. The little blue dot would freeze in place while the background map slid around, or it would jump 100 yards to the side and hover somewhere off in the middle of a topographical line like I'd suddenly learned to fly. I dug my actual compass out of my hip belt and checked it, reassuring myself that I was still generally heading the way I'd meant to go. Northish, deeperish, away from the truck and the tiny gravel lot that suddenly felt much, much farther away than a couple hours of walking. Every so often, I'd push through a clump of brush and realize I was stepping into leaves that looked untouched, no trampled stems, no disturbed soil, no small, familiar signs that other people had passed this way in the last few weeks or even months. The forest floor ahead would look pristine, smooth, like a bed nobody had slept in. I'd hesitate, glance left and right, catch a hint of a cairn on a rock 10 yards away, and adjust toward it. The cairns were fewer and farther between now. Whoever had marked this route hadn't been interested in idiot-proofing it. The pressure of the air built until even my ears felt it. My shirt stuck to my back with a mix of sweat and humidity. The hairs on my forearms tingled when I brushed against certain rocks and branches, like there was static clinging to everything. Regret showed up right on schedule. This is what you wanted. I told myself, solitude. Remember less on the map. Congratulations, you did it. It didn't feel quite as clever now. With the sky lowering and no good campsites in sight, the idea of turning around flickered through my head, but I pushed it away almost immediately. I'd come too far without paying close attention to time and landmarks. Backtracking would mean guessing which faint depression had been the trail and which was just erosion. If the clouds opened up while I was trying to retrace my steps, the whole hillside could turn into one uniform sheet of slick, leaf-covered slope. Besides, the tiny rational part of my brain insisted, it's not like the storm is going to last forever. I could ride out the worst of it in my tent and move on later. The first drops came like a test sharp, cold pinpricks on my face and the backs of my hands. I glanced up through the trees and saw the undersides of the clouds, lit for a second by some sun that hadn't given up yet. Then watched that light get swallowed. The rain fell harder, faster. In less than a minute, it went from scattered taps to a steady patter. Leaves around me darkened, their waxy surfaces shining. The dry rustle under my boots turned to the wetter sound of organic matter taking on water. The trail, where I could see it, began to gloss over. Patches of dirt turning slick, stones sweating a thin sheen that would be treacherous underfoot. Then the sky just opened. It was like somebody turned a valve all the way. Sheets of water came down, thick enough that visibility shrank to a jagged circle around me. Raindrops hammered the leaves overhead, hit like handfuls of gravel on my hood and pack. The sound was deafening, not loud like a rock concert, but loud like being inside a drum. Every individual noise I'd been tracking: the wind, the distant thunder, the occasional branch crack, got buried under the white roar of the downpour. When you're in weather like that under a canopy, it's disorienting. You can't see the sky clearly, so you don't know what's coming. You can't hear anything beyond the immediate bubble of falling water. Thunder slammed down closer now, flashes of light stuttering through the layers of leaves. I didn't see the bolts themselves, just sudden, brief invasions of white that turned the green world into a black and white negative for a heartbeat at a time. You could count between the flash and the boom. 1, 2, boom. Closer. I pulled my hood up, more for the illusion of security than any real protection. Water ran down the brim and dripped off the edge in streams. It seeped past the collar of my jacket, found its way along my spine. My pants soaked through from the knees down as wet leaves slapped against them. Trees started to move in a way they hadn't before, swaying deeper, bowing under gusts that made the trunks groan. Every crack of thunder felt physically closer, like the storm was walking toward me, one heavy footstep at a time. Lightning plus high ground plus being surrounded by tall, conductive objects. Exactly the situation every hiking safety 101 pamphlet tells you to avoid. Great planning. Mark. I started scanning more urgently for any spot that looked remotely suitable for a tent, something relatively flat, not a drainage channel, not directly under a giant dead branch that might decide to let go. Everywhere I looked, there was a problem. That little hollow over there, too low, already filling with water. A thin stream was threading its way through, turning leaf litter into brown mush. And that marginally flat bit under those big trees, 4 snapped limbs lying nearby, pointing up like warning fingers. That patch over by the rock. Good drainage, but the whole slope above it was loose stones and soil. It wouldn't take much to send half the hillside down on top of me in a minor slide. The light, which had already been dim, dropped another notch. It felt like evening, even though my watch told me it wasn't anywhere close to sunset yet. Storm twilight, the kind where every color shifts toward blue and gray, and the world feels narrower, closer, more intimate than you want it to be. I turned slowly in place, blinking rain out of my eyes. Trying to see through the moving curtain of water, the forest blurred trunks becoming vertical smears. Branches turned into streaks. For a moment, I seriously considered just stopping right there and pitching the tent in the least awful spot I could manage. Hazards be damned. Anything to get out from under the sky's direct attention. I did another slow 360, looking for options. That's when I saw it. At first, my brain filed it incorrectly. Just another vertical line between trees, darker than the bark around it. A trick of the light, a shadow. But then I realized it wasn't following the organic rules everything else did. It didn't taper. It didn't have knots or branches or scars. It was too straight, too clean. A flat, vertical edge. I squinted through the rain, wiped at my face with a soaked sleeve, and forced my eyes to focus past the nearest trunks. There, maybe 50, 60 yards downslope. Cutting across the chaos of the forest was a shape that didn't belong. One sharp line of darkness, the corner of a wall. Above it, slanted at just the wrong angle for any natural formation, was a strip of even darker black like the underside of a roof. For a split second, the lightning obliged, flashing somewhere beyond the ridge. The brief, cold light washed over everything, and in that instant, the silhouette snapped into clarity. Not a rock, not another tree, a structure, a cabin. 2.3. The cabin revealed. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. That wrong, straight edge cut through the trees like a splinter under skin. Every instinct I had out there told me unnatural, but the rest of me cold, wet. Hearing thunder move closer translated unnatural into shelter. I angled downhill, picking my way from trunk to trunk. The slope was slick now. Leaves turned to greasy confetti under my boots. Twice I had to grab a sapling to keep from sliding. Bark scraping my palm. Rain funneled down the hillside in thin streams, gurgling past rocks, turning every hollow into a little brown pool. As I got closer, the cabin resolved itself from a suggestion into a shape. From a distance, it was just a dark mass, a lump of shadow hunched among the trees, edges softened by rain and moss and time. Up close, details started to separate. It was a small building, one story, maybe 20 feet on a side, sitting on a low concrete or stone foundation that had gone dark with age and damp. The walls were made of horizontal boards, once painted something white-yellow, but now mostly stripped and gray. The grain raised and furred. Some boards had warped outward, making the walls look a little swollen, as if the whole structure had breathed in and forgotten how to exhale. The roof was sheet metal, corrugated panels laid side by side. The rain on it made a different sound than the rain on the leaves, harder, higher, like handfuls of nails being thrown from the sky. Water ran off in steady curtains, spilling over the low edge and drumming into the mud below. A crooked wooden porch clung to the front, maybe 4 feet deep and the width of the cabin. The boards were dark and slick, some of them bowed, one corner sagging where the support post had sunk a little into the ground. 3 short steps led up to it, their edges rounded by years of boots and weather. The railing had not fared well. A section on the left was completely gone, just raw, sawed-off posts sticking up like broken teeth. On the right, 2 rails remained but leaned outward, held together more by spider webs than nails. Those webs were thick and gray, strung from post to post, beaded now with rain. They trembled whenever a gust hit but didn't break. Little jeweled nets catching the storm. Green lichen and moss climbed the lower part of the walls, fuzzy patches clinging to damp wood. At the base of the cabin, where the foundation met the earth, thick bands of moss ran all the way around like a fur collar. Ferns huddled there too, taking advantage of the constant shade and drip. If it had just been that an old, rotting hunting cabin in the middle of nowhere, I probably would have shrugged and been grateful. But it wasn't just that. Right away, my eye tripped over smaller things. Life, or something like it. In the corner of the porch, near where the missing railing should have been, lay an empty Bud Light bottle, blue and silver label half peeled, the glass scuffed, the neck mashed flat on one side where someone had stepped on it. Bud Light isn't exactly a relic of the frontier. It doesn't sit around untouched for decades in a place this damp without going to pieces. Beside the top step, half hidden in the angle where the porch met the ground, was a cigarette butt, just the filter and a little ragged fringe of brown paper. The white gone tan from moisture, but not yet disintegrated. The leaves around it were darker, older. This little cylinder hadn't been lying there long enough to belong to the cabin's original story. It was new ink on old paper. On the steps themselves, the rain had rinsed away the thinnest layer of dirt, leaving patterns. My brain recognized them before I consciously did. Footprints, boot prints, really, dark, elongated ovals on the wet wood. The texture of the tread picked out in finer detail. One print on the second step, another just beside it on the porch proper, angled toward the door. They were sharp enough that the edges hadn't yet fuzzed. The rain was softening them as I watched. Someone had been here in this storm. Not weeks ago. Not last season. Recently. My stomach did a small, unpleasant flip. Some stubborn, optimistic part of me leapt at the idea maybe this meant safety. Company. Some hunter holed up inside who'd grumble but let me in out of the weather. The rest of me didn't like it at all. I shifted my pack and felt something small roll under my boot. I glanced down. It was a keychain. One of those cheap metal carabiner clips you buy from a dollar bin near a register. Painted bright red once, now chipped down to the dull metal in places. A couple of keys still dangled from it, dull brass and silver, each with its own unique pattern of teeth. They were lying right up against the cabin's foundation, tucked just under the lip of the porch, like they'd fallen and bounced once. They looked wrong lying there in the mud, too domestic, too everyday. A grocery store key, a padlock, maybe a truck. Whoever had dropped them hadn't bothered to look for them, or hadn't been given time. A chill ran up my arms, completely unrelated to the rain. That was when the smell hit me. It came in a small wave as the wind shifted, slipping out from the slight gap between the cabin door and its frame. Wet wood and old dust at the base. Then something else layered over it, damp cloth. Stale cigarette smoke. The sour tang of unwashed human. And overlaying all of that, faint but unmistakable, was a sweeter note. Sickly sweet. The way flowers smell when they're 2 days past pretty. The way meat smells when it's just on the wrong side of safe. Not strong, not the full-on punch of a dead animal, just a hint, a suggestion. Every rational red flag I had went up at once. Abandoned buildings can be bad news, rotting floors, broken glass, nests of things that bite, even without the weirdness. Every Don't Be an Idiot seminar tells you not to go snooping in strange places alone, in the middle of nowhere, in a storm. But above me, the sky boomed again, closer than before. The lightning flash was bright enough through the trees to make me flinch and blink stars. The wind shoved at the cabin, making the metal roof bell and groan, and high overhead a limb somewhere cracked with a sharp report like a gunshot. Staying out here suddenly felt less like a smart avoidance of trespassing and more like volunteering to be a lightning rod or a target for falling lumber. I stood at the base of the steps, rainwater running off the brim of my hood in an unbroken curtain, and argued with myself, if somebody's inside, they're not going to want company. Yeah, but look at those footprints, single set going in, none coming out. They might be in trouble, or they might be fine and pissed off, or they might be dead. And that smell is I cut that thought off before it could finish. My heart was beating faster than the situation probably warranted. My fingers had gone numb from cold and adrenaline as much as from the damp. I could feel my boots soaking through, the water creeping into my socks. Shelter first, I muttered. Social graces later. I climbed the steps. The boards flexed under my weight with a wet groan. Water splashed up around my heels. Near the door, a spider had spun an impressive web between the wall and the remaining bit of railing. The strands beaded with droplets, each one catching the minimal light like a pearl. The spider itself clung at the center, legs drawn in tight, weathering the storm. The door was plain vertical planks, peeling paint. A simple metal knob darkened with age. It was closed, but not quite flush. There was a thin, uneven line of darkness along the latch side where the swollen wood didn't quite meet the frame. I hesitated, listening. All I heard was the rain on the roof, the wind worrying at the eaves, a low groan as the cabin settled. No footsteps, no voices, no radio or TV glow painting the cracks. I swallowed, raised my voice, and called out, half feeling ridiculous yelling at a piece of rotting architecture. "Hello?" My words came out ragged in the cold air. "Anybody home?" The cabin swallowed the sound and gave nothing back. I tried again, louder, cupping a hand around my mouth. "Hey, I just need to get out of the storm for a little bit. I'll leave everything like I found it." "Hello?" The only answer was a roll of thunder that rattled the tins on the roof and made the porch shiver under my feet. Either nobody was in there, or whoever was had made a decision about me. The knob turned easily under my hand. No grinding of tumblers, no click of a bolt. It wasn't locked. The door stuck a little at first, the frame swollen, but when I leaned my shoulder into it, it gave with a soft crack of dried paint. The metal felt wrong beneath my fingers, not just cold, clammy, like something that had been held recently by warm hands and hadn't quite forgotten. For a second, I imagined a palm print on it, invisible but still warming the metal from the inside. I pushed. The door swung inward with a long, complaining screech that cut right through the sound of the rain. It was the sort of noise you hear in horror movies and think, no door actually sounds like that. They do, especially when you don't want them to. The interior beyond was dim, lit only by the gray wash sneaking in through dirty windows and the open door. At first it was just shapes, a table, a chair, a darker rectangle that might have been a cot or a shelf. The smell was stronger inside old wood, damp, and that sweet, off note that made the back of my throat itch. I took one step over the threshold and let my eyes adjust. Then my beam of light, from the small flashlight clipped to my pack strap, swept across the inside face of the door as it drifted slowly shut behind me. That's when I saw them. Long, pale grooves running downward in jagged, desperate lines, cut into the wood from halfway up the door down toward the floor. Dozens of them, some shallow, some deep enough to expose lighter, raw wood beneath the old paint. They weren't neat. They overlapped, crossed, scattered like frantic handwriting, at the bottoms of the deepest gouges. Something white clung stubbornly, a few splinters caught where they'd broken off in the effort. At first my brain tried to make them into paint chips, maybe flakes of older layers. Then the beam caught on one in particular, and it glittered faintly in a way paint doesn't. It was curved, translucent in the center, opaque toward the edge. A shard no bigger than a fingernail, because that's exactly what it had been. Maybe still was. A few inches below that, embedded in a narrower scratch, was a tiny, off-white sliver, porous, slightly yellowed, like a crumb of chalk or bone. The image came together all at once, the angle of the scratches, the height, the way they clustered around the latch area. Somebody hadn't just scraped this door idly. Somebody had tried to claw their way out, with their bare hands, hard enough that pieces of them stayed when they were gone. The storm bellowed overhead, shaking the metal roof, rattling the window panes in their swollen frames, for a heartbeat. Standing there in the half-light, with the smell of damp and rot, and that subtle sweetness crawling up my nose, I forgot the rain entirely. It wasn't the weather outside that worried me anymore. It was the fact that, for someone, once, the worst thing in this forest hadn't been out there at all. It had been on the inside of this door, exactly where I was now. 3.1. Inside a place meant to keep things in. For a second, I just stood there with the door half closed behind me, hand still resting on the wood, staring at those claw marks. The storm made the whole cabin vibrate. Rain hammered the metal roof in relentless bursts, a hard, metallic drumming that swallowed all the smaller sounds. Every time thunder rolled, the floor under my boots seemed to hum with it, like the whole structure was sitting aside a giant speaker. The air inside was colder than I expected, damp, to humidity that had nowhere to go, clinging to the walls and the furniture and my skin. The smell hit me more fully once the door was shut, and the outside air couldn't dilute it. It was layered. First, the baseline must. That old house rot of wood that's been wet and dry and wet again so many times it has its own swampy perfume. There was the dust and fabric smell of disintegrating upholstery, mouse droppings and mold in the cracks. Under that, the ghost of smoke, old, stale wood smoke baked into everything. It clung to the ceiling, to the curtains that were now more holes than cloth, to the stone of the fireplace on the right-hand wall. And then, ghosting through all of that in faint waves, was something meatier, sweet and sour at the same time. It made the back of my tongue prickle, like the beginning of nausea, not overpowering yet, but enough that I tasted it as much as smelling it. Probably a raccoon or something under the floor. I muttered. Saying it out loud didn't make it feel any more likely, but it gave the panic behind my ribs something to hang on to. I slid my pack off and set it down just inside the door, the wet fabric thumping heavily onto the scuffed wooden planks. Water dripped from the bottom, darkening the floor in an irregular puddle. Now that my eyes had adjusted a little, the room came into focus. It was a single open space, maybe 15 by 20 feet. To my left, against the far wall, was a sagging armchair upholstered in some kind of brown fabric that had once probably been soft. Now it was torn open in places, yellowed stuffing bulging out like fat through split skin. One arm was darker than the rest, stained by hands or spills or both. In front of it sat a low coffee table, scarred and stained. A few ring marks from cans or bottles overlapped like tree rings, milky in the old finish. Something had gouged one corner deeply, leaving splinters that had never been sanded smooth. On the right side, a stone fireplace took up most of the wall. The stones were irregular, mortared together clumsily but solid. Inside, the firebox was packed with old ash and debris, half-burned logs, crumpled cans, a collapsed bird's nest. A rusty wire rack leaned crookedly against one side. Clearly homemade. The floor was rough wood, boards laid down without much concern for gaps. Years of boots and mud and whatever else had scored it. Scratches radiated out from certain points near the door, where the claw marks were, and in a rough oval patch in the center of the room, as if something heavy had been dragged or shifted there many times. Against the far wall opposite the door, a narrow doorway led into what I guessed was a small back room. I couldn't see much beyond the frame, just darkness and the suggestion of another wall at a right angle. Rain hammered the roof hard enough that at times the sound blurred into one long roar, like being under a waterfall. In the brief lulls between downpours, I could hear the wind worming its way through some gap in the structure, creating a thin, drawn-out whine somewhere above my head. It rose and fell, pitching slightly, as if it were trying out different notes. I shrugged my soaked jacket off, feeling colder without its wet weight than I had with it. I shook it once, sending a spray of droplets onto the floor, then hung it on what passed for a coat hook, a bent nail next to the door. It sagged there, dripping steadily. The idea of warmth sounded like a religious experience. A fire, even a small one, would change everything, dry out my clothes, banish some of the damp and the stink, put a barrier of light between me and whatever my imagination stuck into the shadows. I crossed to the fireplace, boots squeaking faintly when the wet rubber met drier patches of wood. Up close, the ash pit looked like a trash can had exploded in it. Old beer cans half crushed, blackened aluminum, tangled wire, a couple of melted plastic forks fused into disturbing new shapes. Whoever lives here has never heard of housekeeping, I said under my breath. That sweet note in the smell intensified as I stirred the mess with a half-charred stick. Something darker shifted underneath, but I forced myself not to think too hard about what might be buried there. I dug out a few half-decent chunks of wood from the pile next to the hearth. They were damp on the outside, but solid enough when I knocked them together. I scraped out a little hollow in the center of the ash, built a small teepee of kindling from splintered boards and some dry-looking twigs I'd found under the porch eaves. When I flicked my lighter and touched the flame to it, the first smoke that rose was more gray than white, and it carried a foul, chemical edge with it. Something plastic in there, probably. Or some idiot's bright idea of burning trash. I coughed, waved my hand in front of my face, and stepped back. The fire tried to take, stuttered, caught on a few thin splinters, then sulked, smoldering more than burning. The cabin didn't want to warm up. It wanted to stew in its own smell. I let the flame die down into a reluctant, smoky ember and backed away from the hearth, blinking, watering eyes. The air had gone hazy in front of my face. The single window in the front wall looked even dirtier through the gauze. As I blinked, my gaze drifted back to the door and the gouges carved into it. That's when I really looked at the hardware, from the inside. The door had a simple latch, just a little brass twist on a plate that would keep it from swinging open in a breeze. It was flimsy, barely hanging on, One screw stripped so that the metal flapped away from the wood when I touched it. But I remembered, with an unpleasant clarity, what I'd seen from the porch before the rain got too heavy, a thick, horizontal bar of steel mounted across the outside of the door. Just above knob height, a real bar, bolted into the frame, with a wide U-shaped bracket welded onto one side. A hasp for a big padlock from out there. If you dropped that bar into place and snapped a lock through the bracket, this door wouldn't open without a serious fight. From in here, there was nothing I could do to lift that bar. It was a one-way thing, meant to keep someone or something in. I reached out and touched the inside frame, fingers brushing over raw wood where something had been removed. A rectangle of cleaner, paler wood stood out around the latch area, screw holes still sharp at the corners. A plate had been there once, something more substantial. It had come off recently enough that the exposed wood hadn't darkened to match the rest. Somebody had upgraded the outside of this door to be stronger, more secure, then downgraded the inside to be weaker. That's not ominous at all, I muttered. The window to the right of the door caught my eye next. From across the room, it had just looked dirty, up close. You could see the film on the inside of the glass, years of smoke, condensation, dust. There were handprints too, smudged and partial, some smaller than mine, some smeared downward. The glass itself wasn't broken, which was almost stranger. Out here, unprotected. You'd expect at least a crack or two from branches or weather, but it was whole, solid when I rapped a knuckle lightly against it. It didn't rattle in the frame. I leaned in, squinting, and saw why. Along the edges of the frame, silver metal gleamed under the grime. Wood screws, fresh ones, not brand new, but newer than the cabin. Their heads weren't rusted yet, just dulled, and the slots were clean where the screwdriver had gone in. They'd been driven in from the outside, at angles, burying into the frame. Someone had gone around and pinned the window shut from the world. On the inside, around the perimeter where the sash met the wood, deep gouges marred the paint. Some were straight, some ragged, like someone had worked at the edges with a screwdriver, a knife, or something less sharp. Following one gouge with my eyes, I realized it ended with a series of short, parallel scratches descending from it. Clustered together, the pattern looked sickeningly familiar. Fingernails. Again. The wind found another crack in the roof above the back corner of the room and exhaled through it, making a long, thin whistling sound that rose and fell irregularly. It sounded like a distant kettle forgotten on the stove, or someone breathing slow and shallow through their teeth. The rain on the metal roof pounded in time with my pulse. Thud, 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 thud. A constant, droning heartbeat overhead, stuttering only when a blast of wind changed the angle of the drops. The more I looked around, the less it felt like a cozy, if disgusting, hunter's cabin, and the more it felt like a container. Not a house where someone lived, a box where someone put things they didn't want getting out. I forced a laugh that sounded thin, even to me. Maybe it's just some paranoid hunter, I said, my voice a little too loud in the small room. People are weird. Maybe he thinks the government's listening through the windows or some crap. It wasn't much of a story, but it was better than the one my brain kept offering, that these marks and screws weren't about keeping the world out. They were about keeping something in. My eyes drifted to the low table in front of the armchair, eager for any distraction. There were a few objects scattered there. An empty can of beans with the top jaggedly peeled back. A lighter. A short coil of thin rope. A dirty mug with a ring of something dried and brown at the bottom. And, near the edge of the table closest to the chair, a small glass jar. It was the kind of thing you'd use for jam or spices. Clear, with a metal screw-on lid gone dull with fingerprints and time, some residue, maybe old label glue, clung to one side in a rough oval. Something clinked softly inside when the cabin shuddered with the next thunderclap. Curiosity won out over the part of me that was already telling me not to touch anything else in this place. I stepped closer and picked it up. The glass was cold enough to have a faint film of condensation. Tiny scratches crisscrossed the surface, as if it had been handled roughly or dropped more than once. Inside, pressed up against the cloudy interior, were shapes that at first my brain tried very hard not to name. They were small, pale, curved, nails, human fingernails. Some were clipped neat, little crescents with smooth edges. Others were jagged, torn pieces, the kind you rip off when you're nervous and chewing at your own hands. They ranged in size, bigger ones that had to be from thumbs, tiny slivers that looked like they'd come from pinkies. A few still had flecks of chipped polish on them, dull red, a smear of cheap blue. They lay against each other in a loose pile, some stuck with a film of something. Skin, maybe. Old biological glue. My hand trembled. The jar rattled faintly, the nails inside tinkling against glass with a delicate, almost musical sound that made my stomach lurch. There was a scrap of paper folded and wedged into the jar as well, flattened against the inside of the glass under the weight of the nails. Numbers were scrawled across it in ballpoint pen, smeared in places where damp had gotten in. 3, 7, 12, 4, 9. Not dates. Not in any order that made sense. Just a list. A tally. I realized I was holding my breath. I set the jar back down very carefully, as if it might shatter or explode if I moved too fast. Up until that moment, this place had been weird, creepy, a little off. Something you could still joke about later as that crazy backwoods shack I waited out a storm in, looking at that jar, those little bits of people harvested and saved like trophies. That illusion cracked. This wasn't some eccentric's hunting cabin. This was a place meant for keeping things, and whatever they'd been keeping in here had left pieces of itself behind. 3.2. The door in the floor. I don't know what I thought I was going to find in there. I just know that once I saw that jar, there was no way I was sleeping without knowing what else this place was hiding. The smell wasn't coming from the fireplace. That much was obvious, even half choked with smoke. The stink in the room had a direction to it, heavier when I faced one side of the cabin, lighter when I turned away. I followed my nose, past the armchair, past the table with its little glass horror show. The boards creaked under my weight in a slightly different rhythm. The air felt colder by a degree or two, the damp thicker. The smell of rot sharpened, pushing aside the musty wood background. The back of the cabin held a small, cramped kitchen area. Kitchen is generous, really. It was a counter made from a sheet of plywood, a rusted sink under a window so filthy it barely qualified as glass anymore, and a 2-burner propane stove perched lopsided on a metal stand. A couple of cabinets with swollen doors sagged on their hinges, one hanging open to reveal a jumble of canned food and filthy plates. Near the sink, someone had thrown down a rug. It might once have been patterned a cheap, ugly thing from a discount store, but now it was just an irregular rectangle of stained fabric, edges curling up. The center so ground in with dirt it was almost black. As I stepped closer, my boot caught the corner and tugged. The rug skated half an inch over the boards with a rasp. Something solid underneath stopped it from going further. Not just floor. I frowned and kicked the rug back with the toe of my boot. Beneath the fabric, almost perfectly masked by it, was a rectangle of wood cut into the floor, maybe 3 feet by 3. A hatch. The edges were tight, but you could see the hairline gap where it met the surrounding boards. A simple iron ring had been screwed into the center to serve as a handle, dark with age and use. The boards of the hatch itself were darker than the rest of the floor, worn in a pattern that suggested feet had stood there, over and over. The area around the ring was smudged more than the rest, a halo of grime where hands had gripped, pulled. The smell coming through that thin seam was worse, stronger. The same sweet and sour note, but concentrated, as if everything I'd been breathing in up here was just spillover from whatever sat below. For a long moment, I just stood there with my hand hovering over the ring, feeling my pulse in my fingertips. Leaving suddenly had never sounded better. I had options. Technically, I could grab my pack, step back out into the storm, and slog uphill until I found literally any flat-ish spot and set up the tent. I'd be soaked, hypothermic by morning maybe, but at least I wouldn't be standing above whatever this was. Or I could stay up here, never touch the hatch, and pretend I'd just stumbled into a weird, smelly cabin in the middle of nowhere. Wait out the storm, get some sleep if I could, and walk away in the morning without ever knowing what was under my feet. Both of those options had one problem: my brain. I've worked around bad smells my whole life. Anyone who's ever walked into a walk-in cooler that's lost power for a couple of days learns real quick what denial can do to you. You can tell yourself it's probably fine all you want, but your body knows decay when it smells it. And once you know, really know, that something's wrong behind a closed door or a sealed box, or a hatch in the floor, you don't unknow it. I could already picture myself trying to sleep on the armchair, the sound of the storm closing in, every creak of the cabin making me imagine something below shifting on its own, the smell creeping stronger in the dark, like it was remembering how to climb. If I didn't look, my imagination would fill in the blanks for me. It's good at that. Thunder rolled again, so close it made dust sift down from between the ceiling boards. The lightning flash that preceded it turned the cabin briefly into a black and white snapshot, every shadow deeper. The hatch at my feet, a black square in the gray floor. I swallowed, tasted copper and bile and that faint, rotting sweetness. "Okay," I whispered, though there was no one to hear me. "Okay, we look, we deal, we get out or we don't. But we're not sleeping on top of this blind." It was a terrible pep talk, but it got my hand moving. The iron ring was slick with old grease and something else I chose to think of as oil. My fingers closed around it and it was colder than the air, pulling some of the warmth out of my skin. There were darker smears along the edges of the ring, like someone with filthy hands had grabbed it again and again. I braced my boots and pulled. The hatch resisted at first, glued down by friction and damp and time. Then, with a sudden tear of wood fibers and a squeal from the hinges somewhere along its rear edge, it snapped up a few inches, then swung open. The hinges screamed a drawn-out, rusty shriek that cut through the storm and crawled under my skin. The sound echoed in the space below, bouncing back slightly warped. Cold air hit me from underneath, not just cooler than the room properly cold. The way basements get even on hot days, it rolled up over my face in a single breath, carrying with it the full, undiluted version of whatever had been ghosting through the cabin. If you've never smelled a meat locker that's lost power and been forgotten for a while, count yourself lucky. There's a point where protein stops being food and becomes something else, and the air around it changes. The smell from the hatch was like that, dense and heavy, like it had mass. It slid into my sinuses and coated the inside of my nose. Rotting meat, coppery blood that had dried and been re-wet, the sour funk of bodily fluids that never saw a drain. There was an ammoniac bite under it all, like stale urine. I gagged, hand flying up to cover my mouth and nose. My eyes watered. For a moment I thought I might actually vomit right there on the kitchen floor, under the steady roar of the rain and the occasional boom of thunder. Another sound layered in from below. Quiet, irregular, a soft plink, plink, plip, like water dripping off something into a puddle, or thick liquid sliding from a higher surface to a lower one. It was just enough to be heard over the storm, not enough to identify. And every so often, something else. A faint, moist little sound, almost like shifting, as if something down there settled against something else. Skin or fabric or plastic peeling reluctantly apart. I reached down and unsnapped the retention strap on my holster, drawing the Glock with a motion I'd done 1,000 times in empty kitchens and parking lots without ever really expecting to need it. The weight of it in my hand was suddenly the heaviest, most real thing in the room. My other hand went to the small flashlight clipped on my pack strap. I thumbed it on, the LED beam spearing into the hatch and carving a cone of harsh white in the darkness below. A short flight of wooden steps dropped away from the opening, steep and narrow. The treads were just raw planks, edges rounded by many feet. They were damp now, glistening faintly where my light hit them. On a couple of the steps, I could see darker, old stains sunk into the wood. The grain there looked swollen, warped by something thicker than water soaking in and drying again. Beyond the bottom of the stairs, the beam lit a strip of gray floor and not much else. The rest was swallowed by shadow. The walls down there drank the light instead of reflecting it back, the way certain spaces do when they've never seen the sun. A small voice in my head suggested, very reasonably, that I close the hatch, drag something heavy on top of it, and wait out the storm, praying nobody came home. I stepped onto the first stair instead. The wood flexed under my boot with a low groan, but held. I kept the gun in my right hand, pointed down but ready, and the flashlight in my left, angled ahead. I went down sideways, one careful step at a time, my shoulder close enough to the side of the opening that I could brace if I slipped. The temperature dropped further with each step. By the time I eased onto the last one, my breath puffed in a faint, visible mist in front of my face. Sweat along my spine turned ice cold. My boots met concrete at the bottom. The floor was a single slab, unpainted, pitted. It was damp in patches, darker blotches soaking outward from certain points like old spills. Under my soles, gritty dust mixed with something slicker, making a faint adhesive noise as I shifted my weight. The walls weren't finished in any real sense, on two sides. The earth itself showed packed dirt, roots probing through in slow-motion fingers. On the other sides, someone had slapped up rough planks, maybe to keep the dirt from crumbling. Moisture had seeped through anyway, streaking them with darker vertical lines, feeding patches of fuzzy mold that looked like white fur. The ceiling was low enough that I could touch it with an outstretched hand. Old beams running across overhead. Some were just wood. Others had metal brackets bolted into them. One of those brackets was directly above a darker patch on the floor, almost in the middle of the room. It was a U-shaped piece of thick steel, bolted into a beam with 4 heavy screws, each one rust-blossomed around the edges. From it hung a length of chain, maybe 3 feet long. Each link thick enough that I doubted I could bend one with both hands. The last link ended in a closed circle, welded shut a place to clip something, a lock, a shackle. The chain itself was discolored, not the bright orange of fresh rust, but a mottled pattern of brown and black and something darker, like old grease. Directly under it, the concrete was stained, a wide, irregular blotch, its edges feathering out farther than I wanted to think about. In the beam of my flashlight, the stain was almost black, but you could see the dried texture flaking here, smoother there, like it had pooled deepest at the center and thinned toward the edges. The smell was strongest here. It rose off that patch like heat. Even though it was cold down here, it crawled into my nostrils, wrapped around the back of my tongue, dug sharp little hooks into my memory. I'd seen plenty of blood in my line of work. Animal blood, mostly. People do stupid things with knives and meat saws and walk-ins. Beef, pork, the occasional deer someone dressed out inappropriately near a cooler and made me mop up afterward. I stared at the stain and at the chain dangling above it, and my brain automatically started cataloging. Too much for a single nosebleed, too wide to be just dripping from a small wound. The arcs along the outer edges, feathered up and away, those weren't puddles. Those were something hitting the floor from height and force. Sprayed. I took a slow step back, then another, raising the flashlight toward the wall nearest the chain, above shoulder height, fanning outward from a point about where someone's chest would be if they were standing under that hook. Were more stains, thin, radiating streaks of brown-black, frozen in place, some long, some short. They formed a rough fan shape, wide at the top, narrowing down toward that patch on the floor. Here and there, you could see smaller dots scattered around the main pattern, spatter that had flown a little too far from the source. I'd never been to a crime scene class. I wasn't a cop, but you don't have to be to recognize what it looks like when something living gets opened up in one violent moment. This wasn't deer. This wasn't some butcher's leftover. The height was wrong for animals hung low. The pattern was wrong. The way it climbed the wall, the geometry of it, it all whispered one thing I did not want to hear. This was where someone had stood, chained, while somebody else made them bleed. 3.3. The things in the tubs. I kept the flashlight on the chain and the blood fan on the wall for as long as I could. Like if I just stared at that one piece of horror, it would contain everything, and I wouldn't have to see the rest. But the smell kept nagging at me. It wasn't just coming from that stain. It was thicker, denser, seeping from the darker corners of the room. The beam of my light picked out motes drifting lazily in the air, dust swirling in slow spirals in the cold, damp space. I wrenched my focus away from the chain and forced myself to look around. The far corner of the basement. Opposite the stairs, held a cluster of shapes that hadn't registered at first. Plastic, rectangular, familiar in the most wrong way. Rubber-made tubs, storage bins, The kind you buy at Walmart to put Christmas decorations in. There were 4 of them that I could see. 2 were the standard dark gray. 1 was a dull navy blue. The last one, shoved a little further back, was red faded, but still the color of a warning sign. None of the lids were fully sealed. They sat askew. One corner popped up on each like someone had closed them in a hurry, never bothering to make sure they snapped tight. The gap along the rim of the closest tub was just wide enough to see the edge of a black trash bag lining the inside, folded over, then trapped beneath the lid. A few small insects were making a slow circuit of the plastic edge. Not the buzzing cloud of flies you see over something long dead in the open. These were smaller, darker little beetles and larvae wiggling along, slipping in and out of the gap. Their tiny legs ticked faintly against the plastic, almost inaudible under the constant muffled roar of the storm. Every part of me that still cared about self-preservation screamed nope. But the part of me that had spent years opening malfunctioning coolers, lifting lids off containers that should have stayed shut, knew this was the source. This was where the smell was thickest. This was the rot at the center of everything. My hand was sweating around the grip of the Glock. I realized I'd been clenching it so hard my fingers ached. I took a breath that I instantly regretted, stepped closer to the tubs, and knelt. The concrete was colder down there, the chill seeping through the knees of my pants. The smell intensified by a factor of 10 just from getting closer. Like there were invisible layers to it that only unlocked once you crossed some invisible line. It wasn't just meat. There was something sourer under it. Something like bile and old vomit. The air felt oily going into my lungs, like it was leaving a film behind. The lid of the nearest gray tub had a sticker half scraped off some brand logo. Maybe. My fingers hovered over it for a second, trembling, then found the lip and pried up the corner that was already cracked. The first inch open made a sound like suction breaking, a soft, sticky smack. A new wave of stench punched up at me so hard, my vision actually wavered. Black plastic gleamed under the light, wet and wrinkled, the edges of the bag clinging to the underside of the lid. I coughed into my elbow, blinking tears out of my eyes. Get it over with, I whispered to myself. My voice sounded small and reedy in the concrete room. I lifted the lid the rest of the way. The bag inside had been loosely twisted, not tied. When I peeled the plastic back, it stuck to what was underneath with a sound like tape coming off skin. The flashlight beam jumped as my hand shook, skittering over textures my brain tried to refuse. It took a second for the shapes to make sense. At first it was just color. Grays and sickly yellows and dark, clotted reds, all marbled together. The surface shone with a moist, greasy sheen, dotted with small, pale bumps. Then the details separated. There was flesh in there, but it wasn't whole the way you think of flesh. It was hacked up, torn. Thick slabs of meat folded over on themselves, edges jagged where a knife had bitten and slipped. Fat clung in thick, waxy ridges, yellow-white blobs that glistened and sagged. Some hardened into jelly, others still soft. Strings of connective tissue, pearly and translucent, ran between chunks, like someone had tried to pull everything apart by hand and half succeeded. Veins, flattened and empty, lay like little gray worms in the mass. Bone jutted up out of the mess in places. Not the clean, straight cuts of butchered livestock. These were broken, fractured, splintered. One piece stuck out at an angle, curved just so. My brain resisted, then clicked. A rib. A human rib. The rounded outer curve. The flatter inner side. The end was jagged, snapped rather than sawed. Along one edge, near where it emerged from the surrounding tissue, were a row of shallow indents, half-moons, irregular, like something with teeth had pressed in. Bite marks. I heard myself make a sound, then half laugh, half sob. It tore out of me without permission. Something pale sat deeper in the tub, half buried in the sludge of flesh. I shifted the beam slightly and froze. It was a piece of bone wider and thicker than the rib. It had a curve to it, a shallow bowl shape, pitted on the inside, smoother on the outside. The edges were sawed or cut, but the overall geometry was unmistakable. I'd seen human skeleton charts in high school biology. I'd seen my share of pig and cow bones. This wasn't one of those. It was a fragment of pelvis, the flare of the ilium, the rise of the crest, human anatomy rendered in off-white and wrought. Nestled near it, tangled in what might once have been fabric, was something small and off-white and alarmingly familiar. A tooth. It lay on its side, roots still attached, a little smear of shriveled gum tissue clinging to one side of it, dark and leathery. The crown was stained a dull, tea-colored yellow, but you could still see the shape of it, a molar, by the wide chewing surface, the little hills and valleys. On one corner, a dark spot marked where a cavity had started once upon a time, back when this thing had lived in someone's skull. The beam trembled so hard the tooth danced in and out of focus. My stomach lurched. All the gas station coffee and cheap food I'd poured into it over the past day lined up to come out at once. I slapped the lid down on the tub so fast I lost my grip. It didn't go back neatly. It hit the edge, bounced, then slid sideways. The plastic tub tipped. The contents shifted with a thick, sick sound. Part slap, part slosh. For a heartbeat, I thought it would just rock back into place. But the weight was all wrong. The whole thing went, rolling onto its side with a heavy thud. The bag inside belched out a wave of air that had been trapped, foul and humid, and then split along a seam that had been weakened by who knows how long in the cold damp. Chunks spilled out. They hit the concrete with ugly, wet sounds, plop, slap, splat, and then slid in slow, obscene motions. A slick, ropey piece of something intestine muscle rolled toward my knee, leaving a smear behind it like someone dragging a paintbrush loaded with gore. A palm-sized gobbet of flesh flopped over, revealing what might have been a flap of skin on one side, hair still sprouting from it in sparse, dark tufts. The hair was matted and filthy, stuck together in clumps, but the follicles were still there, attached. Human. The smell that burst out of that bag when it tore was indescribable. All the notes that had been teasing at the edges of my senses became a single, overwhelming assault. It was rot, yes, but also iron and bile and something chemical, like the byproduct of cleaning agents reacting with organic matter. It hit a part of my brain older than language, the same part that tells you instantaneously whether something is safe to eat. Every cell in my body screamed that nothing in this room was safe. I gagged hard, stomach convulsing. Bitter fluid surged into my mouth. I turned my head and spit onto the floor, the acidity burning my throat and nose. For a second, I thought I was going to end up on my hands and knees, retching until there was nothing left. Instead, I staggered backward, one hand flailing for balance, the other still gripping the flashlight in a death clutch. My boot heel caught on something round. It rolled. Hard plastic against concrete makes a very specific sound. So does old bone. Talk, talk, talk. A hollow clatter. I spun, trying not to slip on the new, slick patches spreading across the floor. The flashlight beam swayed wildly, carving frenzied arcs across dirt and mold and concrete until it landed on the object that had tried to trip me. It came to rest against a small ridge in the floor, rocked once, and then sat there, looking back at me in the narrow cone of light. It was half a skull, not the whole thing, just the top, parietal, and frontal bones joined together. The clean roundness of the cranial vault severed from the face. The cut along the lower edge was jagged in places, cleaner in others, like someone had started with brute force and then refined their technique. The outer surface was stained in patches, a yellowish patina here, a darker brown smear there where something had dried and clung. The inner surface was worse. It was lined with a thin, flaky layer of something black and dark brown, like someone had painted the inside with tar and let it dry in uneven, crusting sweeps. The sagittal suture, the zigzag line where the two parietal bones meet, was clearly visible, a jagged seam bisecting the dome. Tiny cracks radiated out from impact points, little fractures in the architecture of a head that had once contained thoughts, memories, a name. As I watched, a faint puff of dust drifted out of one of those cracks. Bone dust. Dehydrated remains of the person this used to be. I crouched without meaning to, dropping down until I was almost at eye level with it. My free hand, acting on its own, reached out and brushed the rim of the bone with the back of my knuckles. It was dry, brittle. A fine, powdery residue came away on my skin, chalky, more gray than white. When I rubbed my fingers together, it crumbled further, smearing into a paste with the sweat on my palm. The skull rocked slightly under the lightest touch, making a tiny hollow pup sound as it shifted on the irregular concrete. That small, almost comical noise in the middle of all that horror did something weird to my brain. I wanted to laugh and scream at the same time. More pieces were visible around the toppled tub now, segments of long bone, ends flared where they'd once met joints. A handful of vertebrae scattered like dice. Shot through all of it were scraps of plastic bag, clinging in strings and patches, trying and failing to contain what had been stuffed inside. The bugs loved it. Tiny pale larvae wriggled in the slick, dark seams between pieces of meat. A beetle with a glossy, almost beautiful shell scuttled along the edge of a chunk of fat and disappeared under it. My flashlight's beam slid back to the open tub almost by accident, and that's when I noticed it. Not everything inside was old. Most of what I'd exposed was that unhealthy grayish color you get when blood has had time to drain, to settle, to oxidize. The fat was waxy and dull. The skin patches, where there were any, had gone that yellow-brown of overcooked chicken, marbled with green in places where mold had started its work. But near the corner of the tub, half submerged under the rest, was a section of tissue that looked different. It was red, not bright. Fresh artery red, but certainly redder than the stuff around it. A darker wine-colored slab with edges that still glistened wetly. When the beam hit it, moisture glimmered along the surface, beading in places. Flies, actual flies this time. The buzzing kind clustered there. Not many, but more than anywhere else. They crawled over that piece in fidgety, greedy motions, their wings flicking lightly as they jostled for position. One took off, looped erratically in the air, and landed again on the same spot, drawn back like a magnet. The realization clicked into place with a cold certainty that had nothing to do with the basement temperature. Meat doesn't stay that red in a place like this for long. Not in this damp. Not in this funk. It turns. It grays. It surrenders to the bacteria and the air. This piece hadn't had time to do that yet. It was newer. Days old. At most. Maybe less. I stared at it. At the clinging flies. At the glossy wetness that hadn't yet dulled. And the floor seemed to tilt under me. The chain overhead swayed in some imperceptible draft, links giving a faint metallic tick against each other. This wasn't a forgotten charnel pit from years ago. This wasn't some frozen crime scene just waiting for nature to erase it. Whoever had done this was still doing it. They hadn't moved on. They hadn't been caught. They hadn't stopped. They had been here recently enough to leave meat that hadn't yet gone completely gray. Recently enough that their last victim, last person, hadn't finished rotting. Thunder slammed directly overhead, making the single bare bulb fixture in the ceiling tremble on its rusty mount. For a second, I imagined headlights sweeping across the trees above, tires crunching up the wet track, boots stamping on the porch. Somewhere between my racing heart and the buzzing flies and that wet red gleam in the tub. One thought cut through everything, sharp and clean. Whoever did this is going to come back. 4.1. Footsteps above. There's a moment where fear stops being a feeling and becomes a decision. Down in that basement, surrounded by tubs of people and the stink of the chain, I hit it. The thought that whoever did this was coming back hadn't even finished forming when another one followed it, cold and clean. If he comes back and you're standing in the middle of his butcher shop with a flashlight on, you're dead. I killed the light. My thumb found the button by memory, and the beam snapped off. The basement swallowed me in one gulp. Darkness down there wasn't like regular dark. There was no afterimage of a window, no faint glow from a street lamp, nothing. For the first few seconds, all I could see was the negative print of what I'd just been looking at: the chain, the stain, the tubs floating in my vision like ghosts. Then even that faded, leaving me in a heavy black that felt solid. The smell got worse without the distraction of sights, filling every inch of the space. I could hear my own breathing, too loud, too fast, and forced myself to slow it down before it started echoing off the concrete. Above me, the storm kept working the world over. Rain on the roof, thunder rolling, wind hitting the cabin at angles and making the old lumber complain. But all of that felt far away now, like another planet. Then something happened that made all that noise step back. Literally. Thump. A single, heavy footstep on the cabin floor above. Dead center. Right over my head. The sound came down through the ceiling and into my bones. The joists creaked. A puff of dust sifted down in front of my face, invisible but audible as it pattered onto the floor and the tops of the tubs. For a second, I told myself it was just the house settling. Old buildings groan in storms. They shift. Then I heard it again. A second. Deliberate impact. Thump. Not quite in the same spot. A little to the left. Followed by a subtle, delayed squeak as a floorboard flexed and came back. My heart climbed into my throat and sat there, pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. That felt loud enough on its own to give me away. A third step, then a fourth. Slow, unhurried. The kind of walk you have in a place you own. Each one landed with the steady weight of someone big. Not clumsy, not stomping, just heavy, confident. The boards transmitted every ounce of that confidence down into the basement. The storm didn't stop, but it felt like it stepped back to make room, the rain and wind shifting to background noise. The main track now was those footsteps. I moved on instinct, Glock in my right hand. I slid sideways in the dark until my shoulder bumped into the side of the nearest tub. The plastic flexed a little, a sticky sound coming from whatever slopped inside. I forced myself not to recoil, using the tubs as a guide. I edged along them, crouching lower until I could wedge myself into the narrow gap where the stack of bins met the dirt wall. It wasn't much cover, but it was something shadows on top of shadows. I kept the gun low, close into my body to keep it from knocking into anything. The urge to flick the flashlight back on was insane, almost physical. Humans are not meant to be blind and hunted at the same time. Above, the footsteps moved through the cabin. Thump, thump. They crossed from what I knew was the front room, over toward the kitchen side. I could track the path in my head over by the table, past the armchair, closer to the rug that hid the hatch. They stopped directly over me. The silence after that last step was worse than the noise had been. I pictured whoever it was standing there, listening, the same way I was. The only thing separating us was a few inches of old wood and a hatch that was still half open. The basement suddenly felt very, very small. Somewhere up there, something scraped a chair leg, maybe, or a boot toe nudging something out of the way. Then a sound I recognized too well. The rug being dragged aside, fabric rasping over boards, the corner catching on the hatch edge, then tearing free. My mouth went dry. The back of my neck prickled with the heat of invisible eyes. The hatch hinges squealed as someone took hold of the ring and lifted. That same rusty shriek I'd heard when I opened it. Only this time I was on the other side. Thin, dirty light spilled down into the basement. A weak rectangle cut into the dark. It didn't reach far, just the bottom of the stairs, a patch of floor. Dust motes drifted through it like ash. A shape filled part of it. Legs first, heavy work pants, the hems dark with recent rain. Thick-soled boots, the kind with deep treads, the edges of the mud on them still wet enough to shine. Shadows cut across him in bars from the uneven hatch opening. He stood at the top of the steps for a second, and I could hear him breathe. Slow, steady, comfortable in this air I was fighting not to retch in. Then he started down. The stairs creaked under his weight differently than they had under mine, deeper, more used to it. He knew where to step, how to let the boards take him. There was no hesitation in his footfalls, no cautious testing, just a slow, deliberate descent. I could see more of him as he came down, pieced together in fragments and shadow. Jeans gone shiny at the knees and thighs from years of wear. A belt with a big, dark buckle. The tail of a flannel shirt, dark plaid, hanging out over his waistband. The outline of a belly under it. Not huge, but solid. The kind that comes from middle age and beer, and the kind of work that's more lifting than typing. When he ducked under the hatch opening, I saw his head for the first time. He was wearing a baseball cap, the brim shadowing his eyes. The front panel had some kind of logo on it, maybe a feed store, maybe a tractor brand worn practically to nothing. Strands of hair stuck out around it. Gray-brown, greasy. His face, but what I could see of it, was pale in that lives indoors a lot way. Stubble, not a full beard, deep lines around the mouth. He didn't flinch at the smell, didn't cough, if anything. He breathed in a little deeper when he reached the bottom, nostrils flaring like someone appreciating dinner. He grunted, a sound of satisfaction. He stepped off the last stair and onto the concrete with a faint, damp thud. The chain overhead swayed slightly, links clinking together in a small, metallic whisper at the disturbance. He moved with that same unhurried confidence, the looseness of someone who had done this exact walk countless times, past the chain, past the bloodstain. My eyes had adjusted just enough now that, with the weak light from above, I could track him as a deeper shadow against the less deep darkness. He went to the tubs. The ones I'd spilled were the closest. He crouched, the fabric of his jeans creaking softly, and the smell stirred as he disturbed the air around them. I heard the wet sound of his hand pushing something aside in one of the containers, the sluck of flesh sliding over flesh, the faint rattle of bone against plastic. He muttered to himself. Words blurred at first, just low syllables, maybe counting, maybe nothing more than noises. Then, clear as a bell in the stillness, he said, "Smells about ready." His voice was rough and low, with that flat Appalachian twang, not the drawl of a friendly old-timer, though there was something worn in it, like tire treads gone bald. Tired, but not in a way that made him soft, in a way that made him mean. He stood back up, a vertebra in his lower back popping audibly. As he straightened, his right hand dropped to his hip. For a heartbeat, I thought he was going for a gun. My own grip on the Glock tightened, finger hovering just outside the trigger guard, every nerve screaming to shoot first and ask questions, never. But his hand closed not on a holster, but on something long and narrow hanging from a loop on his belt. A crowbar, a small pry bar, really about 1.5 feet long, flattened at one end, hooked at the other. The metal was dark with use and grime. He let his fingers curl around it, the casual familiarity of someone resting a hand on a tool he liked. He didn't lift it, not yet, just held it there, tapping the hook end lightly against his thigh. The sound was soft but distinct, metal on denim, a muted tink, tink, tink that made my teeth clench. He turned his head then, looking toward the far wall. Not at me, past me, toward the chain and that fan of dried blood. He tilted his head slightly, nostrils flaring again, like he was trying to pick up a scent note he'd missed before. "All right," he said into the room. "The way you'd talk to a dog that had gone quiet. Let's not make this harder than it needs to be." He took a step toward the center of the basement, boots squelching faintly in a patch where some fluid had permanently slicked the concrete. His shoulders rolled, loosening up. The crowbar swung slightly at his side. "You ain't fooling nobody with that quiet," he went on, voice rising just a fraction. More irritation than anger in it. "Don't play dead on me again. I know you like to make noise." The words hit me harder than the thunder ever could have. Again. Play dead. Make noise. In his mind, there was someone down here, someone specific, someone who'd given him trouble before, someone he expected to whimper, to cry, to beg. He had no idea I was in the room. He wasn't talking to me at all. He was talking to whatever he thought he'd left chained under that hook. And in that moment, caught between the exposed tubs of human remains and the slow, deliberate presence of the man who'd put them there, I realized something that made my blood run colder than the concrete under my knees as far as Earl was concerned. This basement was never empty. 4.2. The fight in the basement. I was doing a decent impression of a corpse, pressed into that narrow gap between the tubs and the dirt wall, gun close to my chest, every muscle locked. I tried to become part of the room, just another object, another stain. If I could have stopped my own heartbeat, I would have. Earl, because in my head he already had a name. Something blunt and rural stood in the middle of the basement, crowbar hanging loose at his side. He scanned the darkness with that flat, pale gaze, listening for a whimper that wasn't coming. Not from his usual target, anyway. The storm rumbled overhead, but it felt distant again. The loudest sounds in the world were my own breathing and the quiet tick of the chain as it rocked slightly back and forth. Then my pocket betrayed me. It was just a little buzz, a short, insectile burrtie against my thigh. The sound ricocheted off the concrete like a gunshot. For a split second, I didn't even understand what it was. The noise felt so alien down there it didn't translate to phone at first, just wrong. 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 Then my stomach dropped. Somewhere between losing signal and going underground. An old text must have finally timed out and resent. Or the phone had glitched. One last dying gasp of the network echoing in the worst possible place. Earl's head snapped toward me. The movement was fast, predatory. His eyes, which had been lazy, unfocused sweeps over the room, locked onto my corner like someone had shined a laser pointer there. The dim light from the open hatch cut his face half in shadow, half in sickly yellow. Up close, he looked worse. His skin was weathered and cracked, like dried mud. Deep grooves ran from nose to mouth, from the corners of his eyes outward. A long, pale scar pulled one side of his mouth up just a fraction, even when he wasn't smiling, giving his face a permanent sneer. Stubble crawled over his jawline, gray and brown, patchy in spots where the scar tissue ran. His eyes were a washed-out blue, so light they looked almost colorless in that light, like water that had been sitting too long. Stagnant and still. There were flecks of old blood on his jacket, dark, rust-colored petals on the canvas, concentrated around the sleeves and the front. Some newer-looking smears on one cuff, brown-red, not yet completely dried, cracked into islands by movement. He squinted, nostrils flaring. "Who's there?" he barked. The sound of his voice at full volume in that confined space hit like a physical blow. It rebounded off the walls, crawled under the tubs, pushed at my eardrums. I didn't answer. Couldn't. My tongue felt glued to the roof of my mouth. For half a heartbeat, he stayed still, listening. Then he moved. He didn't creep or circle. He charged, boots pounding the concrete, each step jerking the chain overhead into a wild rattle. The crowbar came up in his hand, swinging from his hip like a pendulum before he brought it up, raised over his head. I shoved myself sideways, out from between the tubs, just as the first blow came down. The crowbar hit the dirt wall where my head had been, hard. The impact sent a shudder through the whole corner, dust raining down in a gritty shower. The hooked end bit into the packed earth, tore out a chunk, and sparked as it glanced off one of the rough support planks. Concrete chips and clods of dirt stung my cheek. I came up to one knee. Glock snapping up almost on its own. Years of range drills tugged my muscles into a pattern my brain barely had time to approve. The muzzle flashed once. The sound was earth-shattering. In an enclosed space like that, a 9mm doesn't just bang, it explodes. The shot turned the air into a pressure wave that hit my chest and skull at the same time. My ears filled with instant, painful static, the high, shrill whistle of a fire alarm going off inside my own head. The smell of cordite layered over the rot for a split second, hot and bitter. The bullet hit him high on his right side, just below the collarbone. The impact jerked him backward. A mist of dark red burst out behind his shoulder, spattering the dirt wall, the tub beside him, the lower beams. A thicker ribbon of blood followed gravity, arcing out and down in a warm, wet spray that painted the floor in a crescent. He made a sound somewhere between a grunt and a cough. His hand spasmed on the crowbar, dropping it for a second, metal clanging against concrete. Then, impossibly, he bent, grabbed it again with a wet, sucking noise from the wound, and came at me. He didn't scream, didn't plead, just bared his teeth in something like a snarl, lips peeling back, breath whistling through them. I tried to fire again. That's when he hit me. He swung sideways this time, a low, vicious arc aimed at center mass. I twisted, the blow glancing off my forearm instead of my ribs. The hooked end of the crowbar smashed into my wrist with all the weight of his arm and shoulder behind it. Pain lit my arm up from fingers to elbow. A sharp, bright crack sounded not just in my ears, but inside my bones. It was the sound of something important giving way. My fingers opened without consulting me. The Glock slipped from my grip, bounced once off the concrete with a dead, awful clatter, and skidded away into the shadows, spinning. I gasped, air woofing out of me. My right hand felt wrong numb in some places, too alive in others, like the nerves were firing randomly. The world tilted. The phone buzzed again in my pocket. Or maybe that was just my arm. He saw the gun go. His eyes, those flat little puddles, flicked in that direction for half a second. Then he lunged. He slammed into me full on. A body blow that drove me back into the tubs. My spine hit the plastic, which flexed, the contents inside slopping in response. For 1 second, I thought the whole stack would topple onto us, burying us in cold meat. We grappled instead. Up close, he smelled worse than the room. Sweat, stale smoke, old blood. His jacket was rough against my forearms, the canvas scraping skin. His hands were thick and calloused, fingers like short, blunt tools digging into my shoulders, my throat. I grabbed for the crowbar with my left hand. We both got it. For a moment, it was pinned between us, at chest height, his knuckles white on one end, mine slipping on the other. He snarled something wordless and drove his knee up into my thigh. Pain shot up my leg. My weight shifted, and he used the leverage to twist. The crowbar ripped free of my grip, the metal biting into my palm as it went, leaving a burning line. He raised it again, this time aiming for my head. Time stuttered. The crowbar started down. I ducked by instinct more than thought. The hooked end missed my temple by an inch and smashed into the tub behind me. Plastic split with a scream. The side of the bin blew out like a popped balloon. sending a slurry of decomposing flesh and bone fragments surging across the floor. It splashed up my side, cold and slick, sliding under my shirt at the waist. Something solid and small, maybe another tooth, bounced off my chin. The crowbar continued its arc, the momentum jerking his arm down further than he expected. His shoulder over-rotated. He stumbled a half step to catch himself. I drove forward. We went down together, boots sliding out from under us on the new, greasy layer coating the concrete. Our legs tangled. His heavier frame crashing down, knee slamming into my ribs, elbow glancing off my cheek. For a second, everything was motion and noise, grunt. Impact. The high animal sounds you make when you're not thinking about sounding tough. The floor was a nightmare under my palms and knees. It wasn't just wet, it was slick. A viscous coldness that gave and moved under pressure. My hand landed on something soft that burst under my weight, releasing a fresh puff of stink and a warm trickle across my skin. My fingers scrabbled for purchase and hit something hard and smooth instead. Round, curved, the half-skull. It rolled a little under my palm. That hollow talk again, then stopped. My hand closed around the edge, knuckles squishing against the brittle bone. Earl brought the crowbar up one-handed, ready to hammer it down into my face, his other hand pinning my bad wrist uselessly to the floor. My vision tunneled on the dark silhouette of the bar against the lighter ceiling. Coming down like an executioner's axe, I swung. The skull isn't heavy, not really, but bone on bone has a way of amplifying force in all the wrong ways. The edge of the cranial dome connected with the side of his head just above the ear. There was a sound, sharp, dense, nothing like the ring of metal on metal. It was more like hitting a ripe melon with a rock. Something gave. The skull shattered in my hand, fragments biting into my fingers. A shard flew off, a jagged little piece of someone else's head, and slashed a line across Earl's cheek. It embedded there, half in, half out, like a grotesque ornament, blood fresh, bright. His spurted around it, running down over the old stains on his jacket. He roared, more in surprise than pain, his swing faltering. The crowbar's hooked end clipped my shoulder instead of my face, tearing fabric, grazing skin, sending another bolt of pain across my chest but not dropping me. The broken half of the skull clattered away across the basement, leaving fine bone dust hanging in the damp air. We scrambled, both of us fighting gravity and the treacherous slurry on the floor. For a brief, horrible second, we were just two animals wrestling in offal and blood, slipping, cursing, breathing hard, smearing the history of his victims across each other. Out of the corner of my eye, a glint. The Glock. It lay a few feet away, half submerged in a widening pool of mixed fluids, the black metal slick with someone else's life. The muzzle pointed nowhere, but it was close enough. I lunged for it, abandoning the skull fragments, abandoning keeping him at arm's length. He lunged too. His fingers brushed the butt, slipping off the greasy surface. Mine closed around it a millisecond later, the frame familiar even through the slickness. My bad wrist screamed in protest, nerves lighting up like downed power lines. But I locked my hand and dragged the gun toward my chest. Earl saw the motion and tried to grab my forearm, his other hand reaching for my face, fingers curling like he wanted to gouge. I didn't have time for careful aim. I brought the Glock up between us and pulled the trigger twice. The muzzle flash strobed the basement for that fraction of a second. Every detail was thrown into harsh, frozen relief, his face inches from mine. Eyes wide, mouth open, the shard of skull jutting from his cheek. The chain overhead in mid-swing. The tubs, the smeared floor. The red and gray and yellow of the world we were kneeling in. The first bullet hit center mass, a little left of where his heart would be. The second hit just below it. At that range, there was no missing. The shots ripped more holes in the world's sound. My ears gave up on trying to process anything but pain. The high whine becoming almost pure. Shrieking silence. Earl jerked as both rounds slammed into him. His body bowed backward, eyes rolling up for a second before snapping back down to me. Blood exploded out of his back in 2 heavy sprays, splattering the dirt wall and adding new fans to the old ones. For a heartbeat, he didn't go down. He was still on his knees, still above me, his weight pressing into my legs, his fingers tightened on my arm, almost crushing, and then loosened. His face did something horrible, an attempt at a snarl that melted halfway, muscles forgetting how to hold anger. He sagged. We toppled sideways together, my shoulder hitting the concrete, his upper body collapsing across my chest for a second, hot and heavy. I shoved, adrenaline giving me a burst of strength, and rolled him off. He landed on his back with a wet smack, arms splayed, crowbar clattering away from his fingertips. Blood poured from the 2 holes in his torso in thick pulses, matching the last few hard beats of his heart. It spread quickly across the floor, darkening the stains underneath, mixing with older layers in a fresh, obscene marbling. His chest hitched, once, twice. His breath came in a wet rattle, bubbles forming at the corner of his mouth, popping pink. I stayed on my knees, gun still in both hands now, barrel pointed at his face, ready to shoot again if he so much as twitched wrong. His eyes, which had been staring at the ceiling, rolled sideways until they met mine. There was nothing human in them in that moment, nothing pleading, just confusion. A flicker of irritated surprise, like a man who'd heard the wrong punchline. His lips moved. I had to lean in to catch the words over the screaming in my ears and the muffled thunder above. Thought. You were, he rasped, voice shredded, each syllable gurgling up through liquid. Already dead. Down. The road. A small cough shook him, spraying a mist of blood from his lips. Some of it dotted my face, hot against my cold skin. Then his eyes lost focus. Whatever mean little light had been in them went out. His body loosened all at once, every muscle letting go. The chain overhead swayed in the tiny breeze of his last exhale, down the road. Even as I knelt there, chest heaving, arms screaming, surrounded by the bodies he'd taken apart. Those words lodged in my skull like a bullet. This basement wasn't the only place he worked. There was something else out there, another spot, another victim. And if they weren't already dead when he left them, they might not be dead yet. 4.3. The girl in the other room. When he finally stopped moving, I didn't trust it. I stayed on my knees in that cold, reeking dark with the gun on him, arms shaking from recoil and pain and adrenaline, and just watched. His chest didn't rise, didn't fall. The little bubbles at the corner of his mouth stopped forming. The blood pouring from the holes in his chest slowed from thick pulses to a sluggish ooze, then to nothing but a shine. The only motion in the room came from the chain overhead, still doing its slow pendulum swing, and the tiny, greedy movements of insects reclaiming the floor. My ears rang like I'd stuck my head in a jet engine. The gunshots had blown out everything above a certain register. The storm overhead was just a dull, distant roar now, like I was underwater. For the first time since the hatch opened, there were no human sounds other than my own breathing. I became aware of the fact that I was kneeling in a slurry of things no one should kneel in. The floor was slick under my shins, thick and cold and lumpy. The smell was everywhere, inside my clothes, in my hair, in the back of my throat. A bubble of hysterical laughter rose in my chest, and I had to swallow it back down. There was nothing funny here, nothing at all. I forced myself to move, using the wall for support. I got my feet under me and pushed up, every muscle protesting. My right wrist screamed. Looking down, I could see where the crowbar had hit already swelling, a weird angle starting to form. I flexed my fingers and bright pain shot up my forearm like an electric shock. Probably broken. Great. Still, the hand worked enough to keep the Glock gripped. I wasn't letting go of that thing again. I edged around Earl's body, careful not to slip. His eyes stared at the ceiling, cloudy already. The shard of skull I'd driven into his cheek jutted out obscenely, like the last little piece of his victims had gotten revenge by becoming part of him. Thought you were already dead. Down the road. The words echoed in my head, distorted by the ringing in my ears. Down the road, another place, another scene like this or worse, another basement, another hook, another victim. The idea that someone could be out there, still alive in this storm, waiting for Earl to come back. It pressed on me as much as the smell and the cold and the dark. I turned toward the stairs, the hatch above throwing a faint rectangle of dirty light down. The steps groaned under my weight as I climbed, my boots leaving new, wet prints on each tread. At the top, the cabin felt different. Before, it had been a trap, a box that had closed around me without me realizing it. Now it was something else, a place that had just lost its owner. The air was still thick with storm noise and rot, but there was a slackness to it, like the house itself had exhaled. My ears picked up something new then, threading through the tinnitus and the rain and the fading echo of the shots. A sound from somewhere else in the cabin. Not thunder, not wind, not the creak of settling boards. A sound that didn't belong to the building at all. It was small, weak, muffled, a half-strangled, wet little noise like someone trying to sob with their mouth full of cloth. It scraped at my nerves in a way nothing in the basement had, because whatever was making it was still alive. Jesus. I breathed. I stepped out of the kitchen and back into the main room, gun up out of habit now, scanning. The armchair, the table with the jar, the door with the claw marks, they were all the same. But my attention slid past them, homing in on the sound. It came again, a choked whimper, then a faint rustle from the back of the cabin. Beyond the doorway I'd barely glanced at earlier. There was a strip of duct tape over that doorway now that I hadn't noticed in my rush to the hatch. Gray, wide, stuck diagonally across the frame at chest height, like a crude "do not enter" sign. More tape sealed the actual door beyond, edges crisscrossed, silver X's holding it shut. I crossed the room in a few long strides, boots leaving smears of basement filth on the wooden floorboards. The closer I got, the more the smell from that room separated itself from the general cabin funk. Sweat. Old, Stale sweat soaked into fabric and mattresses. Urine, the sharp bite of it where it had dried and then been wet again. The metallic tang of blood that had had time to dry on skin. Under it all, a humid, human heat that had nowhere to go. I pressed my ear to the door. My pulse pounded in it, loud enough to drown almost anything out, but I could still hear movement inside, something shifting on a bed or a floor. Restraints creaking, a muffled, frantic, "I'm here," I said. Voice rough. I wasn't sure if I believed it. "Hang on. I'm gonna get this open." With my left hand, I picked at the edge of the tape across the frame. It clung stubbornly, adhesive mixed with grime, pulling up splinters of wood as it came. My fingers slipped, still slick with God knew what from the basement. Screw this. I took a step back, planted my feet, and kicked. The first hit landed just below the knob. The old wood shuddered but held, the tape stretching with a protesting rip. The second kick made the entire door rattle in the frame, one hinge popping in its mortise, screws squealing. On the third kick, something gave. The tape ripped away from the frame in a jagged sheet, taking paint and splinters with it. The latch splintered out of the jamb. The door flew inward, slammed against the wall inside with a crash. The smell hit me like another physical blow. Different from the basement, but just as bad in its own way. A small, square room, low ceiling. No windows I could see immediately, just one. Boarded over. Thin lines of dirty light sneaking in around the edges of nailed planks. The air was thick and wet, heavy with the exhalations of someone who'd been breathing in too little space for too long. There was a bed shoved against the far wall. More frame than mattress, old metal tubing, squeaking where it touched the floor, topped with a thin pad that might once have been white. Now it was stained from top to bottom in an array of bodily fluids. Dark patches overlapping like a sick watercolor. On that bed, tied spread eagle in a position that had nothing to do with comfort, was a girl. She was older than a teenager, younger than me. Maybe 22, 23. Hard to tell under the bruises. Her wrists were cinched to the upper corners of the frame with white plastic zip ties, the edges biting so deep into her skin that the flesh bulged around them. Angry and red and raw. Her ankles were bound in the same way to the lower corners. Her legs trembled with the effort of twisting. Someone Earl had stuffed a wad of cloth into her mouth. An old t-shirt, by the look of the faded logo plastered against her teeth. Over that, layers of duct tape wrapped around her head, silver bands cutting into her cheeks, pressing her lips painfully against the gag. Her eyes found me instantly. They were swollen, lids puffy, one purpled almost shut. The white that showed was shot through with red. Veins spiderwebbing everywhere. They went wide with a mix of fear and wild, incredulous hope. She tried to scream. It came out as another muffled, strangled noise. More air than voice. "Hey, hey." I stepped forward, gun still in my right hand, left hand extended in what I hoped was a calming gesture. I must have looked insane, soaked, streaked with blood that wasn't mine. Eyes wide. I'm not him. I'm not with him. I'm gonna get that off you. Okay. She thrashed anyway, instinct overriding everything. The bed frame squealed, metal scraping against the floor. The zip ties dug deeper, little beads of fresh blood breaking out around them. I holstered the Glock, fingers fumbling with the strap thanks to my wrecked wrist. It hurt like hell to move it, but the thought of leaning over her with a gun still in my hand felt wrong, predatory, too much like him. Up close. The details got worse. Her lips were cracked, flaking blood where the tape had torn at them when she'd tried to scream. Dried blood had trickled from one nostril down over her upper lip, then been smeared around by the tape. Her hair blonde, or maybe light brown, was plastered to her scalp in clumps, dark with sweat and grease, tangled where her head had turned and pressed it into the thinner parts of the mattress. Her clothes barely counted as clothes anymore. A t-shirt made translucent by sweat clung to her torso, torn at the collar. Underwear, no pants. Her skin was mottled with bruises in various stages of healing yellowed, greenish old ones under newer, angrier purple blooms. Finger-shaped bruises on her thighs, a dark ring around one ankle where something other than zip ties had chafed before. "Okay," I muttered, more to myself than to her. "Okay." I got my fingers under the edge of the duct tape at the back of her head and peeled forward. She made a noise that physically hurt to hear as the adhesive ripped hair and skin. The tape came away in jagged strips, sticky with sweat. When I finally yanked the last strip away from her mouth, the cloth gag stayed stuck for a second, then sprung outward, sodden with spit. She sucked in a massive breath, chest heaving, then coughed immediately, the air catching on a throat that hadn't had anything but stifled gasps in it for who knew how long. She rolled onto her side as much as the bonds allowed and retched. Bile and a thin string of saliva splattered onto the floor beside the bed. She kept gagging even after there was nothing left to bring up, body convulsing in dry heaves. I put a hand on her shoulder very lightly, mindful of the bruises. "Easy, easy," I said. "You're okay. You're okay." It was a lie, but it was the only one available. When the worst of it passed, she lay back, chest rising and falling fast. Her lips moved, sound trying to come out and catching on dryness. Her tongue was cracked, white patches on it. Water. She croaked. It was almost nothing. A breath in the shape of a word. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, I got you. Hang on." I dug in my pack with my left hand, finally closing around my water bottle. It had a sports cap. I popped it up with my teeth and brought it to her mouth. "Small sips," I warned. "You'll puke if you chug it." She took it like she hadn't heard me, lips clamping around the opening, sucking down a reckless amount. Water spilled down the sides of her mouth, running into her hair, soaking the filthy pillow beneath her head. I pulled it back gently after a couple seconds. She tried to follow it, eyes frantic. "More in a second," I said. "Let's get you out of these." "Yeah." The zip ties were thick, industrial. I tried to snap one with my fingers out of habit, and white-hot pain shot up my broken wrist, black spots flickering at the edges of my vision. "Okay. Nope. Bad idea." I dug into my pocket for the small multi-tool I carried for work. The little fold-out blade wasn't much, but it was sharp enough. One by one, I sawed through the ties, careful not to slice into her skin. As each one parted, her limbs jerked free and then flopped, muscles too weak and cramped to do anything graceful. She hissed in pain when she tried to sit up. Her joints had been held in the same position too long. "Slow," I said, a hand hovering near her back without quite touching. You've been tied up a while. 3 days, she rasped, voice ragged. It sounded like she'd been screaming into that gag for hours. Days. Here. 3 days. Before that, she trailed off, eyes unfocusing for a second. Before that, where I prompted gently. Her gaze snapped back to me, pupils huge in the dim light. Different place. She swallowed hard, grimaced. Different house. They moved me. After the first one. Didn't last. Her throat worked again. A dry click. The first one. The words came out before I could stop them. Her mouth twisted. Part pain, part horror. He brought someone else. She whispered. A girl. Younger. Couple days before he moved me here. I heard her. Her fingers curled into the dirty sheet. He did the same thing. Chains. The hook. I heard her. She didn't. She stopped. Her eyes filled with tears that had a hard time falling. She was too dehydrated for dramatic sobs. The moisture that did gather at the corners of her eyes looked precious, like her body was spending its last reserves on them. I'm sorry, I said. Uselessly, she shook her head in a tiny, jerky motion. He's done this before, she said. A lot. Not just here, down the road. He said that. The road. Her voice took on a mocking twang for a second, imitating him. Gotta take you down the road, girl. Earl's basement's full up. She shuddered, the remembered words making her skin crawl. Earl. I repeated. Grim. My wrist throbbed in time with my heartbeat. The storm still muttered outside. The rain's rhythm different now, lighter, as if the main front had passed and the tail was working through. My ears were starting to pick up more nuance again, the ringing receding enough that her voice wasn't just a buzz. He said you'd be already dead. I told her, before I could decide whether or not to share. When I gestured vaguely downward. He thought someone was here. Chained up. Her whole body flinched. There used to be, she said, voice thready. He moved them. Us. It's like he rotates. Her lips trembled around the word. And it's not just him. That made something cold and hard settle in my gut. Not just him, I echoed. She nodded. A tiny movement that cost her. The other one, she whispered. The young one. With the truck. Earl never comes alone. He can't. He's old. He needs help. They load people. Move them. One place, then another. Her eyes darted to the doorway like she could see through the walls and into the rain-soaked woods. He's not far. He's never far when Earl's working. They never work alone. A fresh, thin thread of fear slid down my spine. I had just killed one monster in a basement full of dead. My wrist was likely broken. My ears were half blown. I was standing in a stranger's murder cabin in the middle of a national forest during a storm, with a traumatized, half-starved woman who could barely stand, and somewhere out there, in the rain and the trees and the fading thunder, there was another man, younger, mobile, driving a truck I hadn't heard over the storm. A man who knew these woods, these roads, these routines. A man who would, at some point, realize Earl wasn't answering his phone or his radio or whatever passed for contact between them. I'd been thinking the nightmare had peaked in that basement, listening to her hoarse voice, seeing the raw fear in her eyes when she said, "He's not far." I understood the worst part hadn't even started yet. 5.1. Clues upstairs, a network of horror. For a few seconds after she said, "They never work alone," all I could do was stand there in that little room, listening to our breathing. Hers was ragged and shallow, every inhale catching on bruised ribs and a throat rubbed raw. Mine was too fast, too loud in my own ears, still fighting the ghost of gunshots and thunder. The cabin creaked around us. Somewhere out over the roof, the storm had started to ease off its main assault. The rain wasn't hammering anymore. It was pattering. Softer. But the wind still came in angry gusts that made branches slap the walls and set the metal roof humming. "We need to get you out of here," I said finally. The words felt thin compared to everything I wanted to promise and couldn't. She nodded, eyes glassy. When she tried to sit up, her arms shook so hard she nearly toppled sideways. "Easy," I said, stepping in. "Here." I slid an arm around her back, trying to avoid the worst of the bruises, and helped her swing her legs over the side of the bed. Her feet hit the floor and she flinched. The boards were cold, filthy. She swayed, weight shifting toward me like a collapsing tent. "I got you," I murmured. Moving her out into the main room was like guiding a newborn deer. Her knees buckled twice between the bedroom and the armchair. Both times, she caught herself on the wall, with a hand that left a faint smear of sweat and old blood on the peeling paint. In the living room, she half fell, half sank into the chair. The springs groaned under her weight. It was probably the softest thing she'd been on in days. She pulled her legs up instinctively, curling into herself, arms wrapped around her middle. Her eyes kept darting to the door, to the windows, to the ceiling above the hatch, like she expected Earl's ghost or his partner to materialize out of the boards. "What's your name?" I asked, because calling her the girl in my head suddenly felt wrong, too much like he'd thought of her. She blinked, like she'd forgotten she had one. "Lily," she said after a beat. The word came out thin and hoarse. I think, okay." "Lily." I forced a nod, tried to anchor us both in something normal. "I'm Mark. We're gonna get out of here, but we need a plan." She gave a jerky little laugh that died almost immediately. "Plan," she rasped. "My plan was, don't die before someone shows up." "Good plan," I said. "We're halfway there." I dug into my pack again one-handed, wrist throbbing, and found an extra t-shirt. It was hardly clean, but it was better than the torn rag clinging to her. I passed it over. "Here," I said. "It's big, but modesty and warmth." She stared at it for a second, like she didn't understand what she was supposed to do with it. Then something clicked, and she peeled off the sweaty, ripped shirt with stiff fingers, wincing at the places where dried blood stuck. I turned my head, giving her some semblance of privacy in a place where none had existed. Once she'd wrestled the new shirt on, she seemed a fraction more human. Not much, but enough that I didn't feel like I was talking to a ghost. "We need water, food, clothes, keys," I said, ticking things off mentally. "Weapons we trust. Then we go." "Police," she rasped. "We need police." Yeah, we do." Problem is, I pulled my phone out, flashed the screen, Top corner, no service. A nice, clean blank where my bars should be. They're not exactly on speed dial right now. We have to get back to my truck. Once we're out of the trees, there might be signal, or we drive until there is. Her fingers tightened on the arms of the chair. You want to walk back out there? Her voice wobbled on there. Not want, I said. Have to. Staying is not a good option. You said he has a partner. That guy shows up and we're sitting here when he does. It's round 2. Her mouth twisted, and for a second I saw flashes of the person she'd been before this. Sharp, sarcastic. Round 1 went so great. She whispered. I'm still here. I said, so are you. He's not. That shut us both up for a moment. The wind shoved at the cabin again. Tree branches scraping the roof with long fingernail sounds. Somewhere out in the woods, a limb cracked and fell. The sound like a distant rifle shot. Lily flinched so hard she almost slid out of the chair. I moved, needing something to do with my panic, and started searching. The kitchen cabinets coughed up their secrets first. I pried one open with my good hand. The door stuck, then swung out, revealing a disorganized collection of canned goods and tools. A couple of dented cans of chili and green beans tossed in with a jar of peanut butter that had separated into oily and solid layers. A roll of duct tape, 2 hunting knives, both stained with things I didn't want to examine too closely. A coil of thin rope, an almost empty bottle of generic painkillers from a drugstore 3 counties away. Judging by the label, in the back, shoved behind a stack of paper plates, was a cheap plastic pharmacy bottle with no label, just a hand-scratched PM in marker on the lid. I popped it open. Tablets rattled inside, small and bluish. Sleeping pills. Lily rasped from the chair. Seeing me squint, he crushed. Put in water. When he moved me. Of course he did. I closed it and tossed it back into the cabinet. Whatever use they'd been to him, they had none for me. In the bedroom, a sagging wooden wardrobe loomed against one wall. The door stuck halfway. I put a shoulder into it and it scraped open. Showering dust. Inside, clothes. Lots of clothes. Not Earl's, not a man's. Women's shirts and hoodies. Leggings. Jeans in different sizes. Some tiny, some larger. A sundress balled up in one corner. Bras, underwear. All of it jumbled together in a way that wasn't someone lives here messy. It was like he'd scooped wardrobes out of other lives and dumped them into this one. Some items were relatively clean, others weren't. One pair of jeans had a long, dark smear down the thigh. A hoodie had a crusted brown stain at the collar and shoulder, stiff with whatever had dried there. A white tank top in the back was speckled with something that had once been red, the pattern lazy droplets and flicks. I swallowed hard. Pick something, I called softly to Lily. Something that fits, if you can. She levered herself out of the chair, leaning hard on the armrest, then the wall. Bare feet slapped the boards. She made it to the wardrobe and stood there for a second, staring into the chaos like she'd stumbled onto an open graveyard. Her hand hovered over a sweatshirt, fingers trembling. Take your time, I said, but not too much time. On the floor of the wardrobe, shoved all the way back, was a metal tin box, the kind you get cheap cookies in around Christmas. I pulled it out. The lid was scratched. The original snowman design scuffed into a ghost. It rattled when I tipped it. Inside were trophies, not the mounted kind with antlers, the kind serial killers keep in movies. Only this wasn't a movie. Driver's licenses and ID cards, rubber banded together in little stacks, some from West Virginia, some Ohio, some Pennsylvania, young faces under laminated plastic, smiles, awkward or bright, names, addresses, a student ID with a college logo I recognized, the photo of a girl with pink hair and tired eyes, a library card, a couple of health insurance cards, a bracelet with a medical alert tag engraved with epilepsy. Under the paper were photographs, Polaroids, mostly. Some printed school photos cut out of wallets. The Polaroids were the worst. Blurry, off-center shots of women and girls in various states of consciousness and undress. Some on that same bed in the back room, some in a truck bed. One tied to the chain downstairs, head slumped. Lily's hand darted out, faster than I would have thought she could move, and plucked one up. "That's her," she whispered. "The one before. With the blue hair she dyed it." He made fun of it. The girl in the photo was younger than Lily, 17, maybe. Her eyes were half open, unfocused. A bruise bloomed along her jaw. I put the tin back like it was hot, my skin crawling. On a small shelf near the bed, pinned to the wall by a thumbtack, was a folded map. Local, creased from being opened and closed 100 times. I pulled it down and spread it on the low table. It was the area we were in Monongahela's fringe, the surrounding backroads. Someone had gone to town on it with a red ballpoint pen. There were circles. 3 of them I could see at a glance. One right over where I knew we were. The little spur road and vague contour lines matching what my GPS had shown. Another circle sat farther down the same unmarked road, where it curved back toward a hollow, no symbols there on the printed map, just forest, down the road. The third circle was off on another Forest Service road several miles away, near where the topo lines did a tight spiral around a depression. Next to each circle, cramped in that same red ink, were little handwritten notes. Next to our cabin basement. Next to the lower one, shed/pit. Next to the third old well. So it's a route, I muttered. Jesus. Lily leaned on the table, hands braced, eyes skimming. "That's where he took me first," she said, pointing to the lower circle. Her finger shook. The shed, dirt floor, smelled like wet dog and mud. Then here, "What about the third?" I asked. Her face went gray. He said, "If somebody made too much trouble, they go to the well." She whispered. My stomach clenched. Outside. The wind picked up again, making the trees scrape and groan. Each crack of a branch sounded in my wired-out brain, like a truck door slamming. My head turned toward the window, expecting headlights to bloom through the trees. "We need to move," I said. "Now." "Police," Lily said again, more insistent. "We have to tell them, show them. That map, the IDs, we will," I said. "But we have to get out of this spot first. No signal. Remember, even if we had bars, you really want to wait here for an hour for a dispatcher to believe us and send someone. While Earl Jr. comes home." Her mouth opened, then closed. She shook her head. Bitter. "He has a truck," she said. "Big one. Loud. Silver. Chevy. Newer than that piece of crap outside." Hey, I protested weakly. My truck has feelings. She didn't smile. Couldn't. But a ghost of something passed through her eyes. Keys, she said. He kept them in here. I heard them. On a hook. We found the hook by the door, a bent nail with a key ring on it. It was crowded with metal, one key with a Chevy logo, another that looked like a house key, two smaller ones I didn't recognize. There was also a cheap novelty keychain, a little plastic skull. Of course, that had lost one eye. I slipped the ring into my pocket, in the kitchen drawers, between stained dish towels and forks that didn't match. I found more odds and ends, a roll of black electrical tape, a half-used box of nitrile gloves, a cheap digital camera with dried blood crusted around the shutter button. In the last drawer, jammed in the back under a nest of old takeout menus and gas station receipts, was a cheap burner phone. One of those $20 flip phones you get left in the electronics section at Walmart. The kind drug dealers use in movies. It was off, battery still in place. Next to it, in a little plastic baggie, was a SIM card. I held the bag up. The tiny rectangle of circuitry looked harmless, fragile, but my stomach went cold in a different way. These guys weren't just hillbillies stumbling into murder. They were careful, deliberate. They'd thought about tracking, about contacts, about how not to be found when girls like Lily disappeared. Lily saw it and went paler. He had more, she whispered. In his truck, different phones, different names. He joked about it. Said the cops don't look for people who nobody's looking for. This wasn't random. This wasn't one broken old man snapping. This was a system, a routine, a small, mobile network of horror that used the empty spaces on the map the way I'd once used them to disappear. Only their idea of reset was very different from mine. I closed my fingers around the burner phone until the plastic creaked. Okay, I said. My voice sounded strange in my own ears, flattened by the weight of what we'd just seen. We take the map, the IDs, the camera, if it works. We grab whatever we can use as weapons. We get to my truck, and we drive until there's a signal. Then we don't hang up until someone with a badge and a gun is standing in this cabin. And if he comes back before then, Lily asked. Then, I said, patting the Glock at my hip and feeling its solid weight. We hope one monster was dumber than the other, and we make sure he doesn't take anybody else down the road. 5.2. The younger one arrives. I don't know what sixth sense kicked in first, my ears or my gut. 1 second I was stuffing the tin of IDs into my pack and helping Lily to her feet, rehearsing in my head door, porch, tree line, my truck, gravel lot, highway. The next, something inside me just locked. Wait, I whispered, holding up my good hand. She froze, half bent, one arm around my shoulders. Her pupils were huge, her whole body vibrating with the effort of just staying upright. At first it was just a vibration under the storm sounds, a low, distant rumble that could have been thunder if it hadn't had that steady, mechanical rhythm. Then it resolved into something unmistakable, the grumbling, uneven idle of an older V8 engine, a pickup, the sound of tires hitting potholes and splashing through standing water on a narrow, muddy track. Getting closer. Every hair on my arm stood up. No, Lily whispered, barely any sound behind it. Her fingers dug into my shoulder hard enough to hurt. No, no, no. The engine wound down briefly, then revved again as it climbed a slope, the fan belt giving a high, squealing whine for a second. I could hear the occasional wet slap of mud hitting metal as the tires chewed their way through. Headlights brushed the cabin before we even saw them, white beams sweeping across the trees outside, then cutting across one wall in the front room, leaking in through cracks in the boards and the thin edge of the window. The grimy glass glowed faintly, smudged shadows of branches whipping across it. He was here, the young one, and he was exactly as not far as Lily had promised. Fight or flight isn't a choice when you don't have an exit. Basement, I said, already moving. No, she rasped, digging in, heels skidding on the floorboards. Please. I can't, Lily. I turned, grabbed her face lightly with my left hand, forced her eyes to mine. Up here. There's nowhere to hide. Out there. He's got a truck and a gun and home field advantage. Down there. It's the only place he doesn't expect us to be. It's either go down or stay here and wait for him to walk in on us. Pick. Her jaw clenched. Every line of her body screamed not the basement, but whatever survival instinct had gotten her this far finally overrode the trauma. Okay, she croaked. Okay. The engine cut off outside with a shuddering cough and a click. No more rumble. Just the ticking of hot metal cooling and the hiss of rain still dripping from branches. I helped her move, as fast as two half-broken people can move, across the living room, through the kitchen, to the open hatch. I could hear the crunch of boots on wet ground now, the slam of a truck door, a voice too faint to make out words yet, but male, younger than Earl's gravel. The stairs down into the basement yawned in front of us like a throat. Careful, I murmured. It's slippery. We descended, the wood complaining under the combined weight. I kept my busted wrist clamped close to my body, the Glock in my left hand now, awkward but workable. Lily clung to my shoulder, her bare feet sliding on the damp treads. At the bottom, the smell hit her full force. She gagged, one hand flying to her mouth, knees buckling. For a second, I thought she was going to collapse into the mess on the floor. Hey, I hissed, tightening my grip, hauling her toward the shadowed corner. Eyes on me. Breathe through your mouth. Don't look at him. She failed at that last part. Her gaze snagged on Earl's body, sprawled in his own blood near the center of the room, and she let out a strangled, animal sound, not grief, not exactly, more like stunned revulsion. I pulled her behind the stack of tubs, into the same narrow wedge of space I'd hidden in before. The concrete was cold and slick under my boots. I nearly went out from under myself on something soft that squelched. I didn't want to know what part of whom it used to be. Down, I whispered, pushing her gently to a crouch. Stay behind me. Whatever happens, don't stand up unless I tell you. She slid down the dirt wall, back scraping, until she was a compact ball of bones and bruises pressed into the corner. I could hear her trying to breathe quietly, each inhale a shaky, controlled drag. Upstairs, the front door opened with a solid thunk and a squeak of hinges. Rain and wind gusted in, making the hatch light flicker. Earl, a voice called, younger, thinner, a touch of the same regional drawl, but with a higher pitch and that lazy arrogance you hear in guys who never had to leave the county line to feel important. You there? Man storm's nasty as hell out here." His boots thudded across the porch. The door rattled shut again, and the storm noise dulled, replaced by the hollow acoustics of the cabin. We heard him move through the rooms overhead, his footfalls echoing across the ceiling. From here, I could map his route like a blueprint past the armchair, over by the table, toward the kitchen. "Smells like a goddamn slaughterhouse in here," he muttered, voice dropping a little, half to himself. "You cooking or what?" He got closer to the hatch. A moment later, the pattern of light from above changed. The rectangle at the bottom of the stairs shifted as his shadow crossed it. "So that's open," he said quietly. The boards creaked as he stepped onto the hatch edge. His silhouette deepened, filling more of the light. He peered down into the darkness. For a second, no one moved. Then I heard the faint scrape of metal on leather, the sound of something being drawn. A knife, probably. No crowbar clank. If he had one, he wasn't planning to lead with it. He started down the stairs. Each footstep was deliberate, slower than Earl's had been, but no less confident. The wood groaned under his weight, dust stirring in the cone of light. Boot on the first tread, thick-soled work boot, not as beaten up as Earl's, the tread pattern clearer in the thin layer of grime. Second, tread the cuff of his jeans visible, darker with rain, clinging to his ankles. Third, the bottom of a plain black hoodie, riding up slightly as he shifted, showing a strip of pale skin and the handle of something tucked into his waistband at the back. He paused halfway down and sniffed audibly. "Jesus," he muttered. "What did you do?" "Man, and start early without me." Then he descended the rest of the way. The basement light from above caught his face briefly as he stepped off the last stair. He looked mid-20s, maybe. Thinner than Earl, but with that wiry, restless muscle you see in guys who don't do gym memberships but do a lot of hauling, running, drinking. He had a patchy beard, the beginnings of one anyway, and a baseball cap turned backward, the brim shadowing his neck. His eyes were a darker blue than Earl's, but they had the same emptiness, a flat, disinterested gaze that slid over things as if they were furniture. When he saw Earl's body, he stopped dead. "What the?" The words leaked out of him, half-formed, as his brain caught up with what his eyes were telling it. Earl lay on his back in the center of the room, chest a ruin. Blood pooled thickly around him and now partially congealed. The crowbar was a few feet away, the shard of skull still jutting from his cheek like a grotesque horn. The younger man took a step closer, slow, his boots left fresh. Red-tinted prints in the smeared floor. "Earl," he said again, but the tone was different now. Not casual, not mocking, higher, tighter. "Fuck. Man." He crouched, one hand reaching out as if to shake Earl's shoulder, then snatching back at the last second when his fingers came away sticky from the blood on the floor. "Shit," he hissed. "Shit. Shit." He looked around, really looked, for the first time. His gaze swept the room in a sharp, analyzing arc, taking in the toppled tub, the spilled organs, the half-skull fragments. His jaw tightened. That was my moment. I stepped out from behind the tubs, gun already up, the muzzle tracking from his chest to his face. My feet made almost no sound on the blood-slick concrete, just a wet whisper. "Don't move." I said. My voice sounded strange with the ringing still in my ears, but in that concrete box it carried. The kid flinched, spinning halfway, one hand already flying toward his back waistband. I said, "Don't." He went for it anyway. I saw the glint of metal as his fingers closed around the grip of a handgun tucked into his jeans. Not a big one, but big enough to make me dead if he cleared leather before I squeezed the trigger. Time folded in on itself. Lily was a shadow in the corner of my vision, curled against the wall, eyes huge and white in the dim. Earl's corpse lay between us, already cooling. The tubs loomed on my right, silent testimony to what these men had done. My finger tightened. The shot was almost point blank. The bullet hit him in the jaw as he was turning, lower than I'd meant to aim. My grip was off, my wrist a screaming mess. Instead of the center of his chest, the round punched through the left side of his face. The impact snapped his head sideways with brutal force. Bone and teeth exploded out the exit side in a spray of chalky fragments and blood. A chunk of mandible spun away into the dark, trailing a ragged strip of muscle and skin. For a second, there was no sound in my world but the pistol's roar and the wet, meaty crack of bone giving way. The lower left quarter of his face ceased to exist as a coherent structure. The jaw shattered, teeth blown free from their roots, tongue partially severed. Blood didn't just leak, it fountained, a thick arterial spray that painted the dirt wall in a fresh arc and misted the chain overhead in tiny, glistening droplets. He made a sound that no human throat should be able to produce, a gargling, bubbling screech, like someone trying to scream with their mouth full of broken glass. It vibrated the air in the basement, high and animal and wrong. His hand spasmed on the grip of his own gun. It fired once, wild, the shot slamming into the ceiling and sending a shower of splinters and dust down. The light from the hatch flickered as the bullet punched through some unseen part of the cabin's innards. He staggered backwards, feet slipping on the gore-slick floor. His boot hit Earl's outstretched arm, and he went down hard. He landed half on top of Earl's body, their limbs tangling for a second. From where I stood, it looked like they were embracing two generations of the same sickness glued together by blood. He twitched, hands clawing at the air, eyes rolling wildly, whites showing all the way around. Blood poured from his ruined mouth, filling his throat, choking him. He tried to say something and only managed a horrific bubbling noise, crimson froth spraying with each attempt. I stepped closer, the Glock steady now despite the pain, keeping the muzzle on him. Lily was whimpering softly behind me, the sound small and terrified. He reached toward me with one hand, fingers spread, not in supplication but like he was still trying to grab, to hurt, to take. His gaze found me through the haze of shock. "Stay down," I said, voice flat. "It's over." He clearly disagreed. He tried to lift his own gun again with his other hand, but his fingers were slick with his own blood. The pistol slid from his grasp and clattered onto the floor, spinning away. His body convulsed once more, a full-body shudder that made the pool around him ripple. More blood gouted from the ruin of his jaw. His eyes fluttered, focusing and unfocusing like a bad radio signal. Then, somehow, through that wrecked mouth, words pushed out. They came mangled, consonants shredded, vowels drowning in liquid. But I heard them, in that concrete box. You heard everything. He gurgled. He told me, "If anything happens," a cough, More blood. There's a stash. Another place. His gaze drifted to the side, towards some point beyond the wall. He'll keep going, without us. I don't know if I said it out loud or in my head. It didn't matter. He wasn't answering anymore. His eyes rolled up, lids half closing. The tension went out of his hand, the fingers uncurling. One last stream of blood slid from his lips, then slowed, then stopped. The only sounds left were the distant, softened mutters of the storm, the lazy drip of fluids onto concrete, and Lily's thin, ragged breathing behind me. I stared down at the two bodies tangled together on the floor. Earl, the old butcher, the kid, his apprentice. Both gone within the span of what, an hour less, it felt like days. And over their corpses, a new specter rose, not made of flesh, not present in the room, but just as real. He, the one they both answered to, the one with the stash. Another place, another down the road. The monsters in this cabin were dead, but the thing that had created them, the system, the pattern, the man behind the burner phones and the roots marked in red was still out there. And if his underlings didn't show, sooner or later, he'd come looking. 5.3, escape plan, and something watching. There's a moment after violence where the world goes too quiet. Down in that basement, with two bodies cooling in a stew of blood and whatever else. That quiet felt like a weight. My ears still rang from the shots. A high, metallic whine that sat on top of everything. But underneath it, nothing. No voices, no footsteps. Just the drip of fluid on concrete and the faint, far-off mutter of the storm moving away. We can't stay here, Lily whispered behind me. She didn't have to say it. Every nerve I had was already screaming the same thing. Yeah, I said, voice raw. We're done with this place. I backed us out of the corner, keeping the gun on the younger one's body for a few extra beats, just in case. He didn't move. Neither did Earl. They were just objects now. Meat, like all the other meat in that room. That thought almost made me throw up. Don't look, I told Lily as we moved past them. She tried. She really did. But you can't walk past the men who tortured you and not look at least once. Her eyes flicked to them, and whatever she saw in that fraction of a second carved itself into her face. She made a faint choking sound, then clamped her mouth shut and kept going. The stairs were worse going up. My legs shook. My wrist throbbed with each heartbeat. And the air got marginally better, but never clean. When we pulled ourselves back into the kitchen, the cabin felt lighter somehow. Less like a trap and more like a burned-out nest. The monster that owned it wasn't walking around anymore. We still had to get across his territory. Up here, the storm had downgraded from full assault to angry muttering. The rain had eased to a misty drizzle. Wind still shouldered at the cabin, making the walls complain. But the worst had moved on down the mountains. We need to go, Lily said again, more firmly this time. Now. Agreed. I shut the hatch gently, more out of instinct than logic. Like if I left it open, something might crawl back up. In the living room. The armchair slumped in the same spot, the jar of fingernails still sitting on the table like none of this had happened. The front door loomed not 10 feet away, and yet, We weren't ready to walk through it. Coats, shoes, keys, I muttered. We're not going far barefoot and half naked. Lily glanced down at herself, my oversized t-shirt hanging off her. Bare legs streaked with grime and bruises, and gave a humorless snort. "What? You don't think this is road ready?" she croaked. "Ohio State might object," I said. It was nothing, but it was a human noise in a place that had heard too few of those lately. We went back to the bedroom. The wardrobe yawned open where I'd left it, in the clearer light from the storm-bright sky outside. The clothes inside looked even worse, a collage of other lives, cut short, different sizes, different styles, a hoodie with a concert logo, a floral dress, jeans, tank tops, none of them matching, none of them belonging here. On the floor beneath the hanging clothes, lined up in a neat row, were boots, 3 pairs. I hadn't clocked that detail before. Now. It punched me right in the gut. One pair was huge, scuffed to hell Earl's. I'd seen them on his feet, then on his corpse. Another pair was smaller, newer mud-splattered but more expensive, a brand I recognized from big box stores. The younger ones, the third pair sat between them. Same style as the younger man's, but a different size, narrower, the leather less worn, the tread barely scuffed. They looked like they'd been broken in just enough to stop blistering, then worn carefully, waiting. 3. Lily whispered behind me. "See, I told you. It's not just them." It wasn't like I needed proof at that point. We had the map, the burner phone, the IDs. We had a dead kid's dying confession about a he still out there. But there was something about that third pair of boots solid, mundane, practical, that made the idea of the unseen man feel more real than anything else. He had a shoe size, a footprint, and he was still walking around somewhere. I forced my brain back to the immediate problem. "Pick a pair," I told Lily. "Something close to your size. Feet are gonna hate you either way, but boots beat bare feet on gravel." She picked the smaller pair, the younger man's boots. They were a little big, but she laced them tight with shaking fingers. She winced as she slid them on, the stiff leather rubbing already tender skin. But when she stood and took a step, she was more stable. I grabbed one of the jackets hanging on hooks by the door. Earl-sized heavy canvas, lined with something that had once been warm and now just smelled like cigarettes and sweat and blood. I hesitated for half a beat, then shrugged it on anyway. My own clothes were soaked, clinging coldly. Hypothermia doesn't care whose jacket you're wearing. The weight settled over my shoulders, strangely grounding. I tried not to think about how many awful things this coat had been present for. From the kitchen drawer, I snagged one of the hunting knives, a fixed blade, 6 inches of stained steel in a cracked leather sheath. My Glock still had rounds, but a backup quiet option felt smart. I slid the knife onto my belt opposite the gun. "Keys?" Lily asked. I dug into my pocket and pulled out the ring we'd found earlier, the Chevy key, the house key, the little skull keychain. The plastic skull's one remaining eye stared up at me, the other socket empty. "Got him," I said. We ended up by the front window almost at the same time, neither of us quite ready to just fling the door open and stroll out. The glass was filthy, streaked with old smoke and newer condensation. I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. The world outside swam into view in a muted, gray-green palette. The Chevy sat maybe 20 yards out, just off the little clearing where the cabin was tucked. Silver body turned slick and dark by rain. Wheel wells packed with mud. The headlights were off, but the contour of the hood and cab were easy to see against the tree line. Beyond it, the forest stood in tight ranks. The storm had left behind a skin of mist, thin and shifting. It hugged the base of the trees and curled around bushes, moving in slow, sinuous patterns every time the wind nudged it. The ground was carpeted with wet leaves and needles, dark and shiny. Everything looked washed, rinsed of color, clean, almost, which only made the cabin feel dirtier. "See anyone?" I asked. Lily pressed close enough that her shoulder touched mine, peering over my arm. Her breath fogged the glass for a second. She shook her head. "No," she whispered. "But that doesn't mean—" "Yeah," I said. "I know." We stood there another 10 seconds that felt like 10 minutes, watching for any flicker of movement that wasn't missed. No figures stepped out from behind trees. No second truck pulled up. No gun barrels glinted. "Okay," I said. The word tasted like metal. "We go. Straight to the Chevy. In. Doors locked. If it doesn't start, we bail and run for my truck. You remember where I said it is trailhead?" She said, "Automatic," like she'd been rehearsing it. "Off the service road. Red Ford, that's the one." I said, "Ready." She laughed once, a short, humorless bark. "I've never been less ready for anything in my life," she said. "Go." I opened the door. The hinges squealed again. The sound somehow smaller now that the storm had lost its teeth. A damp, cold air rolled in, smelling of wet earth and pine and the faint metallic tang that always comes after lightning. The porch boards flexed under our boots as we stepped onto them. Water dripped from the roof in uneven plinks, splashing onto the mushy ground below. Somewhere a bird made a sharp, indignant sound, as if complaining that its evening had been interrupted. I felt it then, that feeling you get when someone's staring at the back of your head. It slid up my spine like a cold hand, starting between my shoulder blades and creeping up to the base of my skull. The little hairs along my neck stood up. My heart, which had just started to come down from the basement, spiked again. I stopped dead on the top step. What Lily hissed. "Hold on," I murmured. I let my eyes track, not where my head wanted to turn, but where the feeling pulled. There, at the edge of the clearing, between two trees, maybe 30 yards away, there was a darker vertical shape, tall, narrow, too straight to be a trunk. It stood just inside the shadow line, where the mist was thicker, like it had been poured there. It didn't move, not a sway, not a shift, just there. My mind scrambled for explanations. A busted fence post, a snagged tarp, a trick of light where one tree overlapped another. Then the wind changed, pushing the mist in a different direction. For a heartbeat, the fog thinned around that shape. It looked like a man, tall, skinny, shoulders a little too hunched, something like a cap or hood on his head, standing perfectly still, facing us, watching. I blinked. A drop of cold rain rolled off the roof and hit my cheek at the same time. When my eyes opened again, the shape was gone. The space between the trees held nothing but mist and bark and shadows. "Mark," Lily whispered, voice fraying. "What is it? I don't know," I said honestly. "Might be nothing. but I kept my hand on the gun as we came off the porch, boots sinking slightly into the wet ground. Every instinct I had screamed that we were in a sight line, walking across a stage somebody else had built. The Chevy loomed larger with each step. Up close, it was even more battered than it looked from inside a 2500, with rust blooming along the rocker panels. The bed dented from long, hard use. The hood still ticked softly as the engine cooled, sending up faint curls of steam in the chill air. I unlocked the driver's door with shaking fingers, the key ring clinking against the handle. The door creaked open, the interior reeking of old cigarettes, spilled beer, and something sourer. "Get in," I said. Lily hauled herself into the passenger seat, face pinched with effort, boots leaving muddy smears on the step rail. I slid behind the wheel, the seat adjusted too far back for my shorter frame. The steering wheel was sticky under my hands. I stuck the key in the ignition, took a breath, and turned it. The engine coughed, whined, then caught with a throaty roar. The whole truck shuddered. The dash lights bloomed weakly to life. Fuel gauge just under half a tank. "Come on," I muttered. "Just get us to a cell tower." I threw it into reverse. Gravel crunched under the tires as we backed up, the cabin shrinking in the rearview mirror a squat. Dark shape half swallowed by trees. For a second the porch light fixture, long dead, lined up perfectly with the window, making it look like a single. Blind eye. I kept waiting to see a figure burst out of the tree line, to hear gunshots, to feel the truck rock as someone grabbed the bed. None of that happened. We nosed the Chevy around, pointing its headlights down the narrow track that had brought the younger man here. The beams cut through the mist in two bright tunnels. The woods ahead looked endless. I pressed the accelerator, and we rolled forward, leaving ruts in the soft ground. At the time, I thought whatever I'd seen at the clearing's edge was my mind finally cracking a little under the strain. A shadow, a trick of fog and fear. We had 2 dead men in the basement and a traumatized woman in the passenger seat. My brain had more than enough material to work with. It wasn't until much later, months later, when the police had done their sweeps and the news had chewed on the story and moved on, that I learned I'd been right to feel watched. A state trooper showed me the footage. They'd found the camera bolted to a tree about 10 yards off the porch, disguised under a scrap of fake bark. A cheap trail cam, the kind hunters use, motion-activated, infrared. Its little sensor had been aimed at the cabin and the cleared area in front of it. The perfect angle to catch anyone coming or going. The clip was grainy and green-tinted, all shadows and flare. It showed the Chevy's headlights flare on, the truck backing away, the cabin shrinking. It showed me in Earl's jacket and Lily in the passenger seat, pale face turned toward the road. Just before the truck moved, there was a tiny flicker in the corner of the frame. The trail cam's infrared LED, no bigger than a match head, blinked to life. A small red eye opening in the dark. It watched us leave. And somewhere, hours or days later, another man sat in a different cabin or trailer, loaded that footage up, and watched us too. 6.1. Out of the woods. Driving that truck out of those woods felt less like leaving a crime scene and more like trying to claw my way out of someone else's throat. The track that had seemed so straightforward when the younger one drove in was a different beast with me behind the wheel. The Chevy was heavy and high, its tires already packed with mud. Every time I tapped the gas, the rear end wanted to fishtail. Every time I touched the brakes, the front wanted to slide. Branches slapped the windshield, leaving streaks of water and leaf pulp. The wipers smeared them into irregular arcs. The headlights carved weak tunnels through the lingering mist, picking out tree trunks and rocks and sudden dips a heartbeat too late. Lily sat rigid in the passenger seat, both hands clenched white-knuckled around the oh shit bar above the door. Earl's jacket hung heavy on my shoulders, the canvas soaked through with a mixture of rain and other things I didn't want to think about. "Seatbelt," I said, because it was something normal to say. She fumbled for it with shaking fingers, finally dragging the strap across her chest and clicking it into place. The motion seemed to anchor her a little. Her breathing slowed from full-on panic to something ugly but manageable. The track wound between trees in a series of mean little turns. In the dark and mist, it was like driving inside a pipe, the walls closing in. The mud was treacherous. The Chevy's engine growled low as I feathered the throttle, trying to find that sweet spot between not enough power and too much. Twice the back end slid toward a drainage ditch, the whole truck yawing sideways. My ribs screamed every time I cranked the wheel, pain flaring along my side where I'd slammed into the floor earlier. Shit! I hissed as the right tires dropped into a rut with a jarring whump. The whole truck lurched, the steering wheel jerking in my hands. Lily let out a small "tchang," strangled sound, and slapped her left hand against the dashboard like she could hold us on the road by force. "I've got it," I said through gritted teeth. Whether I was trying to convince her or myself, I don't know. The tires spun for a second, throwing mud up into the wheel wells in a rapid-fire patter. Then they caught, grabbing whatever solid ground lay under the slime, and we crawled forward again. Branches scraped along the sides of the truck, a long fingernail-on-chalkboard screech that drilled into my already battered ears. Every time it happened, I flashed back to the claw marks on the inside of the cabin door, to nails snapping, to wood giving under desperate hands. Almost there. I lied. There's a feeling you get when the woods start to thin. It's not a visual thing at first. It's space, the way the air moves, the way the sound of the engine echoes just a little less. We hit it all at once. The trees pulled back. The track widened. The mud gave way to something more solid. Gravel crunching under the tires in a more reassuring, mechanical way. I realized I'd been hunched over the wheel like a 90-year-old. I forced my shoulders down, my spine straighter. My wrist throbbed in time with the engine. Is this the road?" Lily asked. Voice small. "Service road," I said. "Leads to the main one, then asphalt, then gas station coffee and fluorescent lights." She let out a breath that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. As we rolled onto the wider fire road, I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. The trees closed in behind us, branches knitting together. In the dim reflection of the taillights on wet bark, the cabin was already gone, just forest and fog and darkness, like it had never been there at all. Part of me expected to see a third truck's headlights appear back there, or a figure at the edge of the trees, tall and thin, just watching. There was nothing but rain-slicked trunks and mist. "Good," I muttered. "Stay gone." The Chevy bumped and shuddered along the fire road for what felt like an hour, and was probably 15 minutes. Every pothole punched my ribs. Every washboard section rattled my broken wrist like loose glass in a jar. Lily flinched at the worst hits, sometimes making these short, involuntary sounds, like her body was remembering other impacts. Finally, the gravel under us changed texture. The truck's suspension relaxed. The sound of the tires shifted from crunch to hiss. We hit asphalt. It was cracked and patched and probably ignored by the county budget for a decade. But to me, it felt like sliding into a warm bath. The steering steadied. I could let the engine stretch a little. The speedometer climbing past the pathetic 15 miles per hour I'd been nursing it at. Up ahead, around a gentle curve, a smear of artificial light bloomed against the low clouds. The first gas station you see after the woods when you've been to hell doesn't look like much to anyone else. To me, that crappy little building might as well have been a cathedral. It was one of those rural combos gas pumps out front. Convenience store. Maybe a mechanic's bay that hadn't been used in years. A low, flat roof. A flickering sign with half the letters out. Above all of it, the harsh white of neon tubes and metal halide floods, buzzing faintly in the damp air. The closer we got, the more absurd it felt. There was a guy at pump 3 filling up an old sedan, shoulders hunched against the leftover drizzle, ball cap pulled down. Inside, through the big front window, I could see a man behind the counter in a faded polo shirt, leaning on a lottery display. There was a slot machine glowing in the corner, screens cycling through cartoon fruit. A small TV mounted high on the wall played a baseball game with the sound down. Tiny players moving in pixelated bursts. Ordinary life, completely oblivious. I pulled the Chevy up too fast, stopped too hard. The front end dipped. My ribs lit up, and Lily grabbed for the dash again. "Sorry," I muttered. The guy at pump 3 glanced over, annoyed at first. Then his eyes widened. To be fair, we must have looked like extras from the wrong kind of movie. I was wearing an oversized, blood-smeared canvas jacket, my shirt underneath stained, face streaked with dried and fresh gore, mud up to my knees. Lily was pale and too thin in my t-shirt and borrowed boots, hair plastered in dirty clumps, bruises blooming across every visible inch of skin. The man's jaw dropped slightly. The nozzle in his hand clicked off. Forgotten. Gas dripped once, twice, onto the wet pavement. I killed the engine and opened my door. The normal sounds of the station rushed in buzzing lights. The distant ding of some alert on the register. A muffled laugh track from a radio playing inside. Over it all, my heartbeat thumped in my ears like someone banging on a door from the inside. I stepped out, my boots hitting the concrete with a solid thud. Pain flared in my side. I put a hand on the doorframe for a second, steadying myself. "Stay here," I told Lily. "Lock the door. If anybody but me comes near the truck, lay on the horn and don't stop." Her eyes snapped to mine, that wild animal look still in them. Then down to the lock. "Okay," she whispered. Don't take long." I headed for the store. The fluorescent wash of the convenience store lights hit me as I pushed the door open, making my headaches spike. The smell inside was a clashing overlay of coffee, fryer grease, cleaning chemicals, and the faint tang of spilled beer. The chime over the door dinged cheerfully. The banality of it almost made me laugh. The guy behind the counter had been mid-sentence to the other customer, some older man in work overalls studying a rack of beef jerky. Both of them turned to look. The silence that followed was almost comical. The TV in the corner flipped to a replay of a home run. The tiny batter starting his jog around the bases. Somewhere, quarters clinked in the slot machine as it cycled into another losing spin. The clerk's eyes traveled from my face to my chest, to my hands. His gaze snagged on the crusted blood, the torn fabric, the odd angle of my wrist. "What in the—" He started, "Call 911, I said. My voice came out flat and wrecked, with a cold edge I didn't entirely recognize. Not pleading, not frantic, just done. The clerk just stared for a second, like his brain was trying to fit my request into the usual pattern of, "Where's the bathroom and how much is gas?" The older man by the jerky took a step back, hand going to his pocket like he was thinking about a knife or just keys, some kind of talisman. "Sir, are you the clerk tried again? Call 911, I repeated. "Right now. There's a girl in the truck outside who's been kidnapped. 2 men are dead in a cabin up the service road. You want the sheriff's office and probably the state police. Tell them that." That did it. His hand shot under the counter and came up with a landline receiver. He punched the buttons with enough force to make the whole phone rock. The older man by the jerky just stood there, staring, mouth slack. I wanted to sit down. I wanted to lie on the floor. I wanted to wake up in my own bed with my kid jumping on me because I was late making pancakes. Instead, I said, "Bathroom," because there was still blood in my eyes and on my hands, and I needed some version of myself back before the uniforms showed up and put names to things I was barely holding together. The clerk pointed mutely toward a narrow hallway by the coolers. The restroom was small and stained and smelled like bleach failing to kill older sins. I shut the door, locked it, and for a second just pressed my back against it. Eyes closed, breathing in the harsh, chemical-tanged air. Then I staggered to the sink. The mirror above it was streaked with old Windex attempts and the ghosts of 1,000 trucker selfies in it. I barely recognized myself. My face was gray under the smears of drying blood. My eyes looked too big, too bright. Earl's jacket sat on me like it belonged to a bigger, meaner man. I turned the tap. The pipes shuddered and coughed, then spat out a thin stream of lukewarm water. I cupped it with my good hand and splashed it on my face. The water ran red into the chipped porcelain, swirling down the drain in fading curls. As I scrubbed at my skin, some kind of motion caught at the edge of my vision. In the mirror. Through the grimy little bathroom window behind me, set high in the wall, I could see a slice of the parking lot and the Chevy's rear window, beaded with rain. Something dark moved across that reflection, a shadow, cutting past the truck, long and upright. I froze, water dripping from my chin. My heart slammed into overdrive. Slowly, I turned, looking past the mirror to the actual glass. The view was the same Chevy, pumps, a smear of asphalt and the edge of the tree line beyond, shrouded in mist. No one there. I stared for a long, breathless moment, waiting for the shape to reappear, for a face to lean into view, for a hand to smear across the glass. Nothing. Just rain, and the weak glow of the station lights pushing at the dark. Maybe it had been a trick of the fluorescent flicker. Maybe the guy at pump 3 had walked past at just the right moment. Maybe my brain, still in the cabin, had thrown a ghost into the gas station mirror just to keep the horror symmetrical. Or maybe the woods hadn't quite let us go yet. Somewhere out there, he was still moving. And for the first time since I'd walked into that forest, I had to face the possibility that while I'd gotten us out, he might already be a step ahead. 6.2 Hospitals and interviews. The cavalry came all at once. 1 minute I was standing in the gas station parking lot, watching the clerk stammer through a 911 call, feeling weirdly detached from the fact that he was describing me. The next, The night outside filled with sound. Sirens first distant at the start, little rising and falling ghosts under the normal highway noise, then closer, louder, multiplying. Red and blue lights began strobing against the low clouds, reflecting off the wet asphalt, painting the gas pumps in jerky, alternating colors. The guy at pump 3 backed his sedan away like he thought he might get arrested just by proximity. The first cruiser swung into the lot too fast, tires skidding briefly on the wet surface before catching. 2 deputies got out, hands hovering near their holsters until they took in the scene me, bloody and wrecked. Lily in the passenger seat of the Chevy, pale and shell-shocked. The clerk white as chalk behind the glass. After that, it blurred. More units arrived county, then state police. An ambulance pulled in hot, its siren cutting abruptly as it parked. EMTs spilled out in a controlled rush, their gear bags thumping onto the ground, radios crackling on their shoulders, the air filled with overlapping commands and questions. "Sir, I need you to step away from the vehicle. Is she responsive, ma'am? Can you hear me? Who's driving the silver truck? Dispatch. Be advised. We've got at least 1 female possible kidnapping victim. Multiple visible injuries. Secure that Chevy. Don't touch anything more than you gotta." Hands guided me toward the back of the ambulance. Gloves touched my shoulders, my elbow, the small of my back. Someone in a uniform asked if I had weapons on me. I told them about the Glock and the knife in a flat monotone and let them take both. Muzzle carefully down, slides locked. "Is that blood yours?" a state trooper asked, looking me up and down. "Some," I said. "Most isn't." An EMT with tired eyes and a salt and pepper mustache shined a light in my pupils, made me follow his finger. "Name?" he asked. "Mark Lanning." "Know what day it is?" "Mark." I had to think about it longer than I should have. "Thursday, I think." He gave a little grunt that could have meant anything and pressed gentle fingers along my ribs. When he hit the spot, I'd slammed into the basement floor. Lightning shot up my side and I sucked in a breath through my teeth. "Yeah," he said. "We're gonna take a look at that. Arm 2. He turned to someone else. "He's stable enough to transport. Get her loaded first." I twisted, trying to see. They were bringing Lily out of the Chevy on a stretcher. An EMT walked backward, guiding the wheels off the step with practiced ease. Lily's hair was a tangled halo against the pillow, her eyes too big in her pale face. They'd wrapped a blanket around her shoulders, but she still looked like she was freezing. For a second, our eyes met across the parking lot chaos. Her lips moved. I couldn't hear her over the radios and the shouts and the distant ring of another siren. But I knew what she was saying. "Thank you." Or maybe "don't leave." Or both. Then they turned the stretcher and loaded her into the ambulance. The doors closed with a solid thunk, sealing her in a little box of light. They strapped me onto another stretcher a minute later. The gurney's frame creaked under my weight, the canvas stiff and cold under my back. The world narrowed to ceiling tiles and passing fluorescent tubes as they wheeled me inside. The station's neon sun receding. The ambulance doors shut behind me with a hollow, resonant bump. For a moment, everything went quiet. Then the engine started. The siren wound up, and we were moving. Inside. It smelled like antiseptic and rubber, and the faint ghost of every patient who'd ever been inside. The EMT hooked me up to a blood pressure cuff, slipped an oxygen cannula under my nose, started an IV. Clear fluid dripped down the line. cold as it hit the vein. "You're gonna be okay." "Mark," he said. "You did good bringing her in." His voice was kind. It slid over me without sticking. My brain was still back in the basement, trying to line up all the images in some order that made sense. The ride to the hospital took maybe 30 minutes. It felt like 5 and 10 hours at the same time. The siren's wail was a constant background noise, weirdly comforting now that it was on my side. The ER was bright and too clean. They rolled me through automatic doors into a blast of cold, filtered air. Nurses and techs converged, peeling away pieces of my makeshift armor. Earl's jacket went first, bagged and tagged by a cop with latex gloves and a camera. My shirt followed, cut off with trauma shears, the blades cold on my skin. "Ribs are tender, maybe cracked," a doctor said, palpating gently. "Get x-rays. That wrist looks bad too." They wheeled me from room to room. Radiology was dim and humming, the machines humming like big, sleeping animals. They slid me under the x-ray plates, told me to hold my breath, and the machines clicked and buzzed, capturing still images of the damage. The results: a non-displaced fracture in my right radius near the wrist, a couple of cracked ribs on my left side. Nothing that needed surgery. Everything that would hurt like hell for weeks. They wrapped my chest in a wide elastic band, each pull tightening like a belt around my lungs. They set my wrist in a temporary splint, then a rigid cast, white, stark, already begging for a Sharpie I didn't have. They gave me fluids and something through the IV that took the sharpest edges off the pain without dulling everything else. I stayed in a curtained-off corner of the ER for a while, the beep of monitors and the murmur of voices blending into a low, restless lullaby. At some point, they moved me to a room upstairs. Not a fancy one, this wasn't that kind of hospital, but it had a window and a bed that adjusted with a remote and a monitor that went beep, beep, beep in a slow, reassuring rhythm. Sleep didn't come as a gradual fade. It hit me like a trapdoor. 1 second I was staring at the speckled ceiling tiles. The next, I was back in the basement. In the dream, it was darker than it had really been. The light from the hatch was gone, swallowed by an impossible distance. The chain overhead was closer, though, swinging right above my face, each link fat with something wet. The tubs were nearer too, their lids peeled back like rotten fruit skins. The contents inside shifted on their own. Hands and ribs and pieces of faces bubbling up and sinking down again. Earl stepped out from behind one of the tubs, whole and not. His cheek was unbroken, but his eyes were wrong too bright, glowing faintly. He held the crowbar casually, tapping it against his palm. "You took my job," he said, voice echoing off the concrete. "Can't have that." The younger one emerged from the other side, jaw intact, grinning, blood pouring from the corners of his mouth as if someone had turned on faucets there. He held up a camera, the little red light on it blinking. "Smile," he said, but it came out garbled, his words drowned in his own blood. I tried to lift the gun and found my hand empty. When I looked down, I wasn't holding a Glock. I was holding the skull, the top half, white and fragile. It crumbled in my grip like chalk, bone dust puffing up in a cloud that smelled like burnt hair. Behind them both, the chain rattled, slowly. Something began to haul itself up from the floor, out of the dark, a shape taller than Earl, broader than the kid. Its outline was wrong. angles where there should have been curves, a hat brim too wide and featureless. I couldn't see its face every time I tried. The shadows slid. My chest tightened. The beeping sound from the monitor in my hospital room still there. Under the dream sped up, the rhythm tripping over itself. My ribs screamed with phantom crowbar impacts. I could hear the wet crack of bone, the thud of meat hitting concrete, Lily's muffled sobs overlapping with the high whine of feedback from the camera. Mark. Someone said my name in the dream and in the room at the same time. I jerked awake, heart trying to punch through the bandage around my chest. Sweat soaked the hospital gown, sticking it to my back. The room was dark except for the soft green glow of the monitor and the thin line of light under the door. The beeping was fast, almost frantic. A nurse stepped in, silhouetted for a second before the hallway light framed her. "Sorry," she said softly. "Didn't mean to startle you. Your heart rate kicked up. Monitor wanted to make sure you're still with us." "I'm here," I croaked. My throat felt like I'd swallowed sandpaper. "Nightmares?" she asked, not unkindly. "Something like that," I said. She checked the IV line, adjusted something on the monitor, made a note on a clipboard. The ordinary efficiency of her movements was almost surreal. "Try to get some rest," she said. "You're safe here." She meant it, in her world, in this little box of white walls and IV stands and hand sanitizer dispensers. That was probably true. In mine, down a service road in the Monongahela, there was a cabin full of evidence and 2 dead men, a trail cam that had watched us leave, a girl in another ward who had survived something no one should, and a 3rd pair of boots in a wardrobe meant for ghosts. Sleep came again in fits and starts, each time dragging me back to some variation of the same place: the cabin, the basement, the woods, in one dream. I walked into the cabin, and there was a 3rd figure standing in the doorway, backlit by lightning tall, hat pulled low. A shape I recognized from the tree line but couldn't quite resolve. Every time I tried to focus on his face, it blurred, like a channel out of range. By morning, I'd been debriefed twice. The local sheriff's office sent the first wave. 2 men in tan uniforms, one older with a belly that pushed at his belt, the other younger and more rigid, notebook ready. They stood by my bed, hats off, expressions somewhere between sympathy and skepticism. "Start from the beginning," the older one said. "From when you pulled into the woods, take your time." Time was the one thing I didn't seem to have a grip on. I tried to lay it out for them. The burnout, the trailhead, the storm, finding the cabin, the basement, Earl, the tubs, Lily, the map, the younger one, the fight. But everything in my head was scrambled. I couldn't keep the sequence straight. The storm felt like it had lasted days. The basement all happened in one long, continuous moment stretched like taffy. My sense of how many hours had passed between my first step onto the trail and the gas station was garbage. "Wait," the younger deputy said, holding up a hand. "You're sure you heard the younger fella's truck arrive after you killed the older one?" "Yes," I said. I think... I remember the engine, the lights, but you're not sure about the exact time between the fights." The older one prodded gently. I was in a hole full of bodies and adrenaline. I snapped, then immediately regretted the edge in my voice. "Sorry. I'm not sure on the minutes. I'm sure on what happened." They wrote that down. "Can you describe them again?" the younger deputy asked. "Height, weight, hair?" Any tattoos? Accents. I did my best. Earl's cap, his scar, the way he moved like he owned the space. The younger man's backward ball cap, the patchy beard, the brand of boots, the silver Chevy, the flatness in their eyes. The sheriff's man scribbled, nodded, occasionally exchanged a look with his partner. After they left, another set of suits came in different accents, different questions. State investigators first, then federal. Someone from the FBI with a crisp tie and eyes that looked like they'd seen too many crime scene photos. Their questions were sharper, less about what I felt and more about what I saw. Did I notice any cameras, license plates? Distinguishing features? Had Earl or the kid said anything about other locations? Other names? Other partners? I told them about the map, the circles, the notes, basement, shed/pit, old well. I told them about the burner phone, the extra SIM, the IDs in the cookie tin. I told them about the dying kid's last words. He said, "He'll keep going without us," I repeated. That's what he said, that there was a stash, another place, another guy, the agent asked, or someone higher up, I don't know, I said. He just kept saying, he, like we both knew who he meant. The agent watched me for a long moment, pen hovering over his pad. "Do you have any reason to think you were followed out of the woods?" he asked. The image of that shadow at the tree line flashed in my head. The flicker in the gas station mirror. The later knowledge of the trail, Cam watching us. "Yes," I said. Then, "No. I don't know. I felt watched. But I don't have anything solid for you. I didn't see a face, but I didn't see a third person. Just shadows and paranoia." "We'll take shadows," he said dryly. "Paranoia keeps people alive." That night, when the room was dark again and the machines hummed their lonely songs, I drifted in and out of shallow sleep, each doze interrupted by the same sequence: the clang of the crowbar, the crack of bone, Lily's strangled breaths, Earl's gravelly mutter, "Don't play dead on me again." And always, in the doorway of the cabin, in the flicker of lightning that lasted just long enough to print on my brain, the suggestion of a third silhouette, taller and stiller than the rest. My conscious mind kept telling me it was just my imagination filling in a blank. My subconscious didn't care. It had already given him a shape. 6.3. The official story versus what really happened. They didn't send the FBI guy with the shiny tie back alone. A week after the cabin, after the hospital and the first 2 rounds of statements, I was home with my arm in a cast and my ribs wrapped, moving like an 80-year-old. My wife was at work. My daughter was at daycare. The house was quiet, except for the hum of the fridge and the occasional car going past on our little Ohio cul-de-sac. The doorbell rang mid-morning. Through the peephole, I saw 2 men on the porch. One I recognized, the same agent who'd asked me about cameras and license plates in the hospital. His hair just starting to go silver at the temples. Suit neat, but not flashy. The other was younger, clean-shaven, with the kind of blandly handsome face that looks like it was designed by committee. I opened the door. "Mr. Lanning," the older one said. "Mind if we come in? We have some follow-up and some preliminary results." "Sure," I said. Stepping aside, I led them to the kitchen. It suddenly felt very small, my everyday world shrunken around the weight they'd brought in. They declined coffee politely. The older one, Agent Harris, he'd introduced himself at the hospital, set a thin manila folder on the table before he sat. His partner pulled out a little digital recorder and clicked it on, announcing the date, time, and location in a flat voice. My name, the case number, words that made this all feel like something on TV, not the thing that had broken my life open. We're not here to make you relive everything, Harris said. We know you've been through the ringer. We just want to clarify a couple of details and update you on where we are. Okay, I said. My good hand tightened around my coffee mug. He opened the folder. First, he said, just to confirm some things. You mentioned plastic tubs in the basement. You described remains, multiple. You're sure of what you saw? I swallowed. The coffee suddenly tasted like metal. Yeah, I said. I'm sure. You described at least 3 separate containers, the younger agent asked, glancing at his notes. Green, gray, and red. That's right. Harris nodded, like he'd just checked off a box. Those tubs were recovered, he said. We've got a team working through them. It'll be months, maybe longer, before we have full identifications. But based on what we've already seen, you were right. That basement was used for more than one victim. I'd known that. Every instinct, every detail had screamed it at me. Hearing it confirmed still made something cold settle deeper in my gut. What about the map, I asked? The circles, the notes. That was in the bedroom. We found a map, he said carefully. It had markings. We're following up on the locations. The way he phrased it made my skin prickle. A map, I echoed. The one I saw had 3 red circles. One labeled basement, one shed/pit, one old well. You find that one. A tiny pause. The one we recovered had 2 circles. He said, basement and shed. No third. I stared at him. No old well, I asked. He shook his head once. It's possible Earl or his partner removed it at some point, he said, or that your memory is conflating things. Trauma. I remember what I saw. I snapped, then forced myself to dial it back. Sorry, I'm not mixing that up. It was there. We're not saying you're wrong, he said, voice calm. We're saying it's not there now. He flipped to another page. You also mentioned a glass jar on the table. He said, filled with fingernails. My skin crawled just hearing the words. Yeah, I said. Little clippings, some with polish, like trophies. That jar wasn't recovered, he said. I stared at him. What do you mean? Wasn't recovered? I mean, it wasn't in the cabin when the search teams went in. We have photographs of the table, the chair, the door, no jar. He held up a hand when he saw my expression. Again. I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm saying that object is missing. Could have been knocked to the floor, broken, contents scattered. Could have been removed. By who I demanded. I killed both of them before they could start cleaning up. His expression didn't change. Mr. Lanning, he said. There was at least a day between your being transported out and our teams getting full access to the site. The locals secured the area, but roads wash out. Paperwork piles up. A place like that, in that location. There's a lot of moving pieces. We don't control all of them. Translation, there had been a window. Someone who wasn't Harris or his people had time in that cabin. Time enough to take a jar, or a map, or anything else they wanted. What about the other stuff, I asked? The IDs, the cookie tin, the burner phone, the SIM. We recovered IDs, he said. Some. Enough to know we're looking at multiple missing persons cases. Enough to bring some families in for the worst conversations of their lives. He didn't sound happy about it. The tin you described was there. He continued. Fewer items than you remember. But again, that could be not everything can be my memory, I said, sharper than I meant. I remember a SIM card in a baggie. I remember the phone in the drawer. You trying to tell me those just evaporated? There was a phone in the drawer. The younger agent said, no SIM. We're still analyzing it, but so far it looks like a regular pay-as-you-go. No stored numbers, wiped text history. No way to tie it to specific calls without carrier records we're working on. I blew out a breath. What about the trail cam, I asked. You guys found it. Right. You told me about it at the hospital. Showed me that clip. Right. Harris said. We did. Or part of it. His jaw tightened a little. The camera itself was recovered from a tree overlooking the cabin clearing. He said, motion activated, infrared. We pulled the card. Most of the file structure was intact. Most, I echoed. He slid a couple of glossy photos out of the folder like he was dealing cards. The clip with you and the victim leaving in the Chevy was there, he said. That's the one we showed you. There are a few older clips, too. Deer, raccoons, snow on the trees, a couple of trucks coming and going. But the angle's bad, you can't make out faces. Dates go back almost a year. And the night I got there, I asked, you see Earl going in, the kid. Anybody else? His mouth flattened. The footage from the window where your timeless puts you entering the cabin until roughly an hour before you left is corrupted, he said. Files are there, but they won't play. Like somebody pulled the card, messed with it, then put it back. Or like the camera was hit. Power cycled mid-right, text still poking at it. But right now, those timestamps are just noise. Convenient, I said. He didn't disagree. Look, I said. I felt something watching us when we left. You're telling me the footage that might have shown, that is the part that's conveniently scrambled. I'm telling you the footage is scrambled, he said. As to why maybe somebody bumped the camera earlier, maybe water intrusion, maybe lightning, or maybe what you're thinking. I can't prove any of it, and neither can you. What I can prove is what was there when our people logged it. He slid another photo across the table. It showed concrete cracked, stained with a wet sheen. The edge of a wooden threshold cut across the top third. Just in front of it, clear as a brand, was a shoe print. It didn't take an expert to see it was fresh. The edges were crisp. The water still pooled in some of the deeper tread marks. Judging by the shine on the concrete, it had been made after the rain let up. This is the slab just outside the cabin's front door, Harris said. Taken the morning after we secured the scene, the print was larger than mine, narrow. The tread pattern didn't match the boots I remembered Earl's, battered and wide, or the younger guys, with that blocky, new-looking soul. "This isn't theirs," I said. "No," he said. "We took impressions from both their boots. Doesn't match. Doesn't match any of our personnel either. Wrong size. Wrong pattern. You think it's..." I trailed off, staring at the photograph. The footprint of a third man. He finished for me. He stepped out of that cabin sometime after the rain, before sunup, and walked off the porch. We have 3 of these prints before they go onto dirt and disappear. The room felt suddenly smaller. So he was there, I said. After. While you guys were locking the place down, or before. Before we got full control, yes, he said. He didn't touch the obvious stuff. Or he didn't have time. He did have time to be selective. We're back to missing jars and missing SIM cards, I said. And missing people, he added quietly. We've connected at least 3 missing persons cases to that cabin so far. We'll find more. Some of those IDs don't match open cases yet. Those folks were never reported, or they slipped through the cracks. He tapped the footprint photo with one finger. And then there's this. We sat in silence for a moment. Outside, a delivery truck rumbled past, rattling the glass in our kitchen window, somewhere down the hall. The dryer buzzed. Normal life, trying to reassert itself around the edges of a reality that had gone rotten. So what now, I asked. You guys go dig up every old well in West Virginia. Put my face on a billboard that says, "If you see this man, don't murder him." The younger agent huffed out a short, humorless breath. Harris didn't smile. "Officially," he said, "we classify Thompson and Jeffries as responsible for multiple homicides and at least 1 kidnapping. 2 dangerous offenders, neutralized at the scene, 1 surviving victim, in protective care, 1 civilian rescuer, battered but alive." "Thompson," I repeated. "Jeffries. Earl Thompson," he said. "Younger one was Jeffrey Cole. Both had prior assaults. DU is petty theft. Nothing that screamed serial torture murder duo, but enough to put them on our radar now as a pattern we should have seen and didn't." He closed the folder. "That's the story that will go in the press releases," he said. 2 bad men, dead. 1 brave man saves a woman. Everyone breathes a little easier thinking the monsters are gone. And unofficially, I asked. He met my eyes. And for the first time since I'd met him, the professionalism cracked just a hair. Unofficially, he said, "We know there's at least 1 more out there. Someone who was comfortable enough to walk into a hot scene and take what he wanted. Someone Thompson and Jeffries answered to, or at least coordinated with. Someone who knows those woods, those roads, and how to stay off cameras. Usually." He tapped the footprint photo again. "And yeah," he added, "between the trail cam clip and the gas station footage, he knows your face now. Mark. He knows hers too." A cold line traced its way down my spine. "You gonna put me in witness protection or something?" I asked. It sounded lame even to me. "We're not there yet," he said. "We'll increase patrols in your area. We'll keep you in the loop. We're going to keep digging into those other locations on the map, into any associates those 2 had, into unsolved missing persons in a 3-state radius. But," he spread his hands slightly, a tiny, helpless gesture. "There are limits," he said. Limits to resources, limits to what a jury will believe, limits to how much truth the public wants. 2 killers are dead is a digestible story. There's a network of predators in the national forests, and we don't know how many there are. Is not. The younger agent clicked off the recorder. The little red light on top died. So officially, Harris said, the threat is over. 2 bad men dead. 1 victim saved. That's the story people want. That's the story we'll tell. He hesitated, then added, quieter, unofficially, we know there's at least 1 more out there, and he knows your face now. Mark. They left a few minutes later, taking their folder and their careful words with them. I stood at the kitchen window for a long time after that, watching the neat little street with its trimmed lawns and mailboxes and kids' bikes tipped over on sidewalks. It looked safe, normal, 1,000 miles from a metal-roofed cabin in the Monongahela. Some part of me knew better. 7.1. 10 years later. Life on the surface. By the time I hit record on this, I'm 39 years old, sitting in a 2-car garage in a quiet Ohio suburb, surrounded by perfectly normal things. There's a minivan parked behind me, half the back seat taken up by my daughter's booster and a tangle of Cheerios and crayons. My work van's in the driveway, logo faded on the side from too many winters. The shelves on the wall are lined with paint cans, holiday decorations in plastic totes, a beat-up cooler I keep swearing I'll replace. From where I'm sitting, I can hear my neighborhood living its life. Somebody's lawnmower drones 2 houses down. That steady mechanical whine. A dog barks once, bored, then gives up. A TV murmurs through the shared wall with the living room some home renovation show my wife likes. Tiny hosts turning cheap houses into expensive houses. Every now and then, a car rolls past on the street outside. The tires hiss on asphalt. A kid laughs somewhere, high and shrill, and the sound skates up my spine for a second before I remind myself it's just a kid. It's just summer. It's just life. By any normal measure, I'm doing okay. I've got a steady job as an HVAC and refrigeration tech. I spend my days crawling through the guts of grocery stores up in their ceilings, behind their walk-ins, in the compressor rooms out back that smell like oil and dust and old Freon. My company van's full of tools and parts, and I know which Kroger has the good donuts by the service desk. I've got a wife who, for some reason, has stuck around through all my weird edges. We met after everything, so she only knows the version of me who already flinches at thunderstorms. She's patient in a way I haven't earned. She covers for me when I need to leave a barbecue early because the wind shifts and I smell wet earth in a way that makes my chest tighten. I've got a daughter who is 8 and entirely too smart for my own good. She draws pictures of our family with stick legs and round heads, and she still occasionally mispronounces refrigerator in a way I will never correct because it makes my heart hurt in a good way. On paper, my life is a success story. Guy goes into the woods, lives to tell the tale, crawls back out, builds something new. That's the surface. Underneath, it's different. I don't sleep when it rains hard. Light showers are fine white noise on the roof, kind of nice on a Sunday afternoon. But when it really comes down, when it hammers on the gutters and drums on the siding hard enough that you feel it in your chest, my body remembers a different metal roof, a different storm. I lie there listening to it, and my brain quietly swaps tracks. Suddenly, it's not my house it's hitting. It's that cabin. The sound changes in my head, picks up that hollow, tinny resonance. There's a moment every time when I'm sure I can hear something under the rain, the muffled scrape of a boot on old wood, the whine of hinges, a voice calling up from under the floorboards. My wife learned early on not to ask why I'm still awake when she rolls over at 3 and finds me staring at the ceiling. I told her once, early on, that I had a bad experience camping and the rain makes it weird. She kissed my forehead, told me to wake her if I needed to talk. I never do. I avoid the meat section at grocery stores. That's a stupid little detail, but it's there. You spend enough time working in refrigeration. You get used to the smell of cold protein. Most guys I work with don't even notice it after a while, the faint iron tang in the back of your throat when you walk past the cases. The way the air feels heavier, wetter. I notice. Every time I have to go near the meat counter to check a case, there's a moment where the smell shifts. It goes from normal grocery store to something else. Something basement cold and concrete. I swear, I can feel the air temperature drop a couple degrees. Even if the thermostat says otherwise, I breathe through my mouth, hold my clipboard, make my notes. If a tray of steaks is bleeding too much onto the liner, if a pack of ground beef has that grayish sheen, my brain flashes to slick floors and tubs and anyway, I get in, fix the damn coil or the fan motor or whatever, and I get out. My boss thinks I just really like working in produce. I let him think that. Anything involving trees is tricky. It started with hiking. I used to love it. Before the cabin, before Earl and his basement, I would spend my off days out on trails, headphones off, just me and dirt and sky. Afterward, the idea of being out of sight of a parking lot made my palms sweat. You tell people you're not a nature guy and they shrug it off. It's America. You're allowed to prefer your air preconditioned. What's harder to explain is why your chest tightens when your kid brings home a picture from school. It was last year. She came barreling in from the garage entrance, backpack half open, hair escaping her ponytail, eyes bright. "Daddy, look," she said, shoving a construction paper masterpiece into my hands. We had to draw our favorite place. It was a lopsided little cabin, brown crayon walls, triangle roof, big yellow square for a window, green all around it for trees, blue scribble for sky, stick figures standing out front me, her mom all smiling. I told Mrs. Conway, "We're gonna go camping," she said proudly. Like in the movies with the fire and marshmallows. My throat closed so fast I almost choked. "Oh," I managed. "Yeah," she said, "cabins are cozy." My daughter said, "Can we go? We can make s'mores and sleep in sleeping bags and listen to the rain." And my wife came in behind her with groceries, caught my expression over her head, and gave me a small, warning look. "Not now." That look said, "Be careful. Maybe next summer," I said, because it was the least damaging lie I could come up with. "We'll see. Later, after bedtime." My wife brought it up again in the kitchen. "You know she's going to ask until we actually go somewhere," she said, unloading cans. "We don't have to do, like, deep woods. There's that state park with the nice cabins by the lake, showers, Wi-Fi. It's not the end of the world if you spend a night in a cabin again." "Mark," my ribs ached under their scars, like the memory had weight. I don't like the idea of being off any kind of map. "It's a state park," she said gently. "There's literally a map on the website. There's a ranger station. We'd have neighbors who drive Volvos." I shook my head. "You don't understand," I said, and immediately regretted how that sounded. Her jaw tightened a little. "You're right," she said. "I don't, because you won't tell me." We'd had versions of this argument before. It always spun around the same drain, me refusing to go near the woods, her trying to understand without all the pieces. Sometimes it ended in a silent truce. Sometimes it ended in raised voices and me sleeping on the couch. That night, we settled for a bad compromise. I promised to think about it. She promised not to bring it up in front of our daughter for a while. The drawings kept coming, though. Cabins, trees, little stick figures roasting marshmallows. Kids always draw what they see in movies and books and their classmates' stories. I kept them, pinned them up on the fridge, looked at them like they belonged to some other family. Most days. The sounds of my life are ordinary. Tafu, washing machine. My neighbor's leaf blower every Saturday at 9 sharp, whether the leaves need it or not. The soft whir of my daughter's tablet playing cartoons too loud. Underneath all of it, there's another soundtrack only I seem to hear. Sometimes. When the house is quiet, I swear I can pick out the drum of rain on metal instead of shingles, the crack of wood under a heavy footfall, the metallic ring of a crowbar hitting concrete, the wet splash of something thick landing in a tub. I'll be sitting on the couch, watching a game with a beer, and for half a second, the commentators' voices will fade, and I'll hear Earl's instead, distorted by distance and memory. "Don't play dead on me again." Then my kid will jump on me, or the microwave will beep, and the spell breaks. Back to normal. Back to Disney Channel and laundry and bills. It was a Tuesday night when the past crawled out of the TV on its own. I was half watching some true crime documentary while scrolling my phone, the volume low so I wouldn't wake anyone. The show was one of those cheap ones that cut between stock footage and a serious narrator, talking about America's forgotten victims. I wasn't paying much attention until the word Appalachia cut through the room, across the Appalachian region. Countless cases of missing hikers and drifters remain unsolved. My thumb froze on the screen. I looked up. On the TV, the show cut to a shot of mist rolling through trees. Stock. I thought at first generic spooky forest footage. Then the camera angle shifted, panning down a narrow, rutted road. There was a cabin at the end of it, for a second. My brain refused to accept what I was seeing. It said that's just another cabin. They all look alike. It's a prop. But the roofline was the same. The lean of the porch, the way the trees crowded a little too close on one side. Even the angle of the concrete slab in front of the door. It wasn't exactly the same. You never see exactly what you saw in reality reenacted on TV, but it was close enough that I felt my heart stutter. In one notorious case, the narrator droned. 2 men were killed by a would-be victim who fought back inside this remote hunting cabin in West Virginia. Law enforcement believes the pair may be linked to a string of disappearances across 3 states. They zoomed in. In the lower third of the screen, text popped up, Thompson and Cole Cabin, Monongahela National Forest. My throat went dry. The show cut to a former investigator, face shadowed for effect. "We closed that chapter when those 2 died," the man said. "But there are still unanswered questions, signs that someone else may have been involved, someone who was never identified. Stock footage of police tape, flashing lights, men in Tyvek suits carrying out tubs. The FBI maintains there may have been at least one unidentified accomplice still at large in the Appalachian region." The narrator continued, "A ghost in the woods, who may have simply moved on." They cut back to the cabin, just as a gust of wind shook the trees. For a heartbeat, the camera caught a strange, tall shadow between two trunks at the edge of the frame. Then it cut to a commercial for laundry detergent. I sat there in the flicker of changing light, the remote loose in my casted hand, my heart pounding like I'd just run those trails again. On the surface, I'm a husband and father in a quiet suburb who goes to work, pays bills, and pretends the worst thing that ever happened to him was a blown knee in high school. Underneath, I'm still in that cabin, still hearing the crowbar, still smelling the basement, still waiting for the third pair of boots to show up on a floor I can't see. And somewhere between those two versions of me, a narrator on TV just calmly told America that the thing that crawled out of those woods with me isn't dead at all. He's still out there. 7.2. Unsettling signs. If this were just a story, the documentary would have been the end of it. Cut to black on my stunned face in the blue light of the TV. Roll the credits. Leave the audience with a catchy tagline about how evil never really dies. Real life doesn't give you credits. It gives you email. The first one landed 3 days after the show aired. I was in the break room at work, half listening to two other techs argue about football. When my phone buzzed, I glanced down, expecting a spam coupon or a reminder about an overdue bill. New email, no subject, no sender name. Just a string of random letters and numbers at protonmail.com. I should have deleted it. I know that. But once you've seen the inside of a place like that cabin, curiosity stops being harmless and starts feeling like a compulsion. I opened it. There was no text, just a single link, a Google Maps URL. My stomach dropped even before I tapped it, like my body recognized the pattern faster than my brain did. The map opened to an overhead view of West Virginia. It zoomed in automatically, the way shared links do when they're pinned. Green filled the screen, Monongahela's endless folds, then tighter, down to a specific section of forest I knew too well. The pin sat on a little spur off a service road, no label, no address. Just a red drop in a sea of green, overlaid on contour lines and a couple of unnamed creeks. It wasn't the exact spot of my cabin. That place has been burned into my hippocampus like a brand, but it was close. Close enough to feel like someone had pressed a thumb into an old bruise. For a second, the break room noise faded. All I could hear was the imaginary sound of tires on gravel and rain on a metal roof. "Yo, Mark," one of the guys said. "You good? You look like you just saw a ghost porn pop up or something." I clicked the email closed, then deleted it. My thumb hovered over report phishing and drifted away. "Yeah," I said. "Just a bill." I told myself it was a stupid prank. Somebody who'd seen the show, found my name through a news article, decided to screw with me. The internet is full of bored assholes. I fix walk-in freezers for a living. We were bound to overlap at some point. I held on to that theory for exactly 4 days. On Saturday, I went out to get the mail. It was a normal pile grocery store flyers, a credit card offer, some political thing we'd tossed straight in the trash. Stuck in the middle was a folded sheet of copy paper. No envelope, no return address, just creased once, tucked there like a receipt. I unfolded it on the kitchen counter. It was a photocopy of a newspaper article. The headline, in big, block letters, 2 men dead in remote cabin shootout. Underneath, a subheading sheriff. We may never know full extent of their crimes. There was a grainy black and white photo of the cabin from a distance. Police tape fluttering, a cruiser half in frame. You could barely see the details. but my fingers started to shake anyway. Someone had circled the headline in pen. Under the circle, in the same ink, a note in a jagged, all-caps hand. "You forgot some." I read it twice, 3 times, as if the letters might rearrange themselves into something less terrifying. "You forgot some. Some what, some victims, some evidence, some men. Hey, what's that my wife called from the living room?" "Junk," I said, voice a little too high. I folded the paper back up and slid it under a stack of coupons. I'd throw it away later, shredded or burned. For now, I didn't want it in plain sight. Staring back at me like a dare, I checked the mailbox again. Stupidly. The metal door yawned empty. No one on the sidewalk. No car idling at the curb. Our street looked exactly as it always did: kids' bikes, trimmed lawns, someone grilling 2 houses down, the faint smell of charcoal on the air. I shut the mailbox and locked the front door with hands that suddenly felt too big. That night, it rained. Nothing dramatic, just a steady, cold drizzle that turned the streetlights into hazy orbs. My wife went to bed early with a book. My daughter was already out, starfished across her small bed, a nightlight painting her walls with soft constellations. I stayed up in the living room, the TV on low, some comedy, laugh track filtering through like distant noise. Around midnight, the rain picked up. It became a steady tat-tat-tat on the back deck, on the kitchen windows, on the roof above the hallway. I felt my shoulders tightening on the couch. That familiar creeping tension. I focused on the TV, on the canned laughter, on the way the blue light flickered across the quiet room. I almost convinced myself I could ride this one out. Then I heard it. A faint cash from the back of the house. Not the random click of tree branches or the drip of water in gutters. A deliberate, metallic sound, like a loose latch tested gently. Twice, 3 times. My skin went cold. I muted the TV. The house immediately felt too quiet. The rain suddenly louder. The sound came again. Cash. Pause. Cash. Our back door is a half-glass thing that opens onto a small concrete patio and a strip of grass. The handle has a lock that sticks in winter. I know every normal sound it makes. This wasn't one of them. Moving felt like walking underwater. I stood up, grabbed my phone from the coffee table. My Glock was in the small safe bolted inside the hall closet. A compromise between parental responsibility and the kind of paranoia the FBI mentioned only in off-the-record conversations. My cast had come off months ago. I could shoot fine now. I eased the closet door open, keyed in the code with fingers that wanted to tremble, palmed the gun. The rain kept up its steady percussion. Somewhere nearby, a car hissed on wet asphalt. Closer. Just at the edge of it, catch. A soft rattle of metal, like someone testing the back doorknob just enough to feel if it turned, not enough to make a full noise. I crept down the hallway, bare feet silent on the laminate. Every step felt too loud in my own ears, even though the house was full of much bigger sounds. At the kitchen, I paused by the doorway and took a breath. "Ring," I whispered. "Show me." We'd installed a smart doorbell camera 2 years back after a porch pirate stole 3 Amazon packages in one afternoon. The back door had one too. A motion sensor and fisheye lens watching over a strip of wet concrete and our sad little grill. I thumbed the app open on my phone. Backyard cam. I muttered. The screen loaded. For a second, there was nothing but spinning blue. And in that second, I was sure I was going to look up and see someone silhouetted in the glass, staring in. Then the feed popped into place, black and white, grainy. The IR flood making raindrops glow as they fell, a curtain of silver. The patio was empty. The door handle, fuzzy in the corner of the frame, was still. The cheap plastic chairs sat where they always did. Beyond the concrete, the shadowed outline of our small yard, the fence, the dark bulk of the neighbor's maple tree. No figure, no hand on the knob, no face pressed to the glass. The app pinged. Motion detected. Backyard. 12:08 a.m. I scrolled back. The motion alert had triggered 30 seconds ago. I tapped the clip. The feed jumped back. For 5 seconds. Nothing changed, just rain, wind, the faint sway of a branch. Then a glitch, one single frame of visual snow, a smear across the middle of the screen, then back to the empty patio. If someone had been there, between those frames, the camera hadn't caught them. I watched it 3 times, thumb poised over pause, trying to catch something in that smear, a shape, a suggestion of a hat brim, anything. All I got was a headache and that itchy feeling between my shoulder blades that says, turn around. I did, slowly, gun low, just like they teach you. The kitchen was empty. The reflection in the back door's glass showed nothing but my own pale face and the faint glow of the phone. I locked the deadbolt, even though it had already been locked. Checked it twice with a hand that felt stupidly small. You're jumpy, I told myself on the way back to the couch. It's the show, the emails. Some raccoon just brushed the door. I didn't believe myself, but I sat back down anyway, gun resting on the cushion beside me like a pet I didn't like. Work didn't help. A month or so after the documentary, dispatch sent me to a job out in the sticks, as my boss put it. A supermarket about an hour from the state line. Smaller chain. Older building. Their meat walk-in had been acting up, according to the ticket. I pulled into the back lot mid-morning. The loading dock doors were open. Forklifts beeping somewhere inside. The air back there was a mix of diesel and cardboard and the faint, unmistakable smell of raw meat. Fridge is down in the back, the manager said, leading me through the maze of pallets. Compressor's been screaming. We got product stacking up in the prep room. Corporates breathing down my neck about waste. The prep room door swung open and a wall of cold air hit me, knifing through my work shirt. Inside, stainless steel tables, hooks on overhead rails, plastic curtains, stained and opaque. A guy in a bloody apron ran a side of beef through a saw, the blade whining, adding a high, unpleasant note to the deeper hum of compressors and fans. A worker dragged a steel trolley past us, the wheels squeaking. On the trolley, plastic-wrapped cuts of meat stacked like bricks. The plastic crinkled wetly with every bump. If you've never heard the sound of flesh sliding on metal, it's hard to describe. It's not dramatic, just a damp whisper, a low, sticky shuffle. In that room, it was everywhere. The rail overhead creaked as someone pushed a half carcass along, the hooks squealing against the track. The compressor kicked on with a low, rumbling groan. Somewhere, a drain gurgled. I stood in the doorway a second too long, staring at the scene. The butcher glanced up, saw my face, and frowned. "You okay?" "Man," he asked. "Yeah." I lied. "Where's the unit I did the job?" Checked pressures, swapped out a failing fan motor. logged numbers on my clipboard. My hands moved on autopilot. My mind was under a cabin, watching meat slop in tubs. When I got home that night, there was a letter on the kitchen table. My wife had left it there with a little post-it. "This came for you. From the feds." The envelope was plain. Government dull. Return address: FBI Field Office. My name, typed neatly. I opened it at the sink, because some stupid part of me figured if there was blood in it, at least the mess would be easier to clean. There wasn't. Just a 2-page letter and a photocopy stapled to the back. The letter was bureaucratic and careful, the way those things always are. Case number, reference to our previous conversations, language about ongoing investigations, and appreciation for your cooperation. Buried in the middle was the part that mattered. "We are writing to inform you that, as a result of information provided by you regarding a secondary location down the road, marked on a map recovered from the Thompson/Cole cabin, law enforcement has located a second crime scene consistent with the activities of the aforementioned subjects. At this site, multiple human remains were recovered. Forensic analysis is ongoing. Some DNA profiles have been matched to missing persons. At least one profile, however, does not match any known victim and is present in trace amounts on multiple surfaces and items. We believe this profile may belong to an unidentified accomplice who continued to utilize that location following the deaths of Thompson and Cole." Following the deaths. He hadn't just existed before them. He'd come back after, to clean up, to repurpose, to keep going. The photocopy stapled to the back was a still image from a security camera. Low res, grainy, timestamp in the corner the night of the gas station. I recognized myself instantly. I was in the foreground, halfway turned toward the camera, Earl's jacket hanging off me like borrowed skin. My face looked thinner than I remembered, younger and older at the same time. Through the glass behind me, you could see the vague shape of the Chevy at the pump. The lights from the canopy outside threw everything into high contrast. In the background, near the far pump, between 2 pillars, was a darker shape. A man. Hat brim low, hands in his pockets, head slightly tilted down as if reading something on the pump, or just standing there, biding his time. His features were just a blur. No scar like Earl's, no beard like Jeff's. Taller than both, thinner. The image was too poor to pull details, but the outline was there. At the time of original review, the letter said, "This individual was assumed to be a bystander. Upon further analysis of footprint evidence and timeline, we no longer believe his presence to be coincidental." Bystander. That was one word for him. Another was the same one he'd had in the agent's notes, in my nightmares, in that documentary voiceover, Unidentified. He'd been there, at the gas station, in the same frame as me and Lily, close enough to watch us bleed all over the concrete and memorize our faces, then fill his tank and drive off into whatever stretch of dark he called home. The letter ended with more careful phrasing about taking all appropriate measures and continuing to investigate. There was a line about how, at this point, they did not believe there was a specific, credible threat to my safety. It read like reassurance. It felt like a dare. 7.3, cold ending, the basement comes back, so this is where we circle back to where I started. Me, sitting out here in the garage, talking into a cheap USB mic like I'm calling into some late-night true horror show instead of dumping a decade of my life into the void. The minivan behind me ticks softly as the engine cools from my wife's grocery run. The garage door is closed, the single bare bulb overhead buzzing faintly. I've got an old camp chair under me and the mic stand propped on a crate of Christmas decorations we never put away right, on the recording. Maybe you can hear the faint hum of the beer fridge in the corner. Maybe you can hear the muffled TV through the wall, my daughter rewatching some animated movie for the 20th time. To me, it all blends into one noise floor home. I told you at the beginning I'm an HVAC tech, that I live in Ohio, that I've got a wife, a kid, a job, a yard that I forget to mow until the neighbors start giving me looks. All true. I also told you this story happened when I was 27, that I walked into the woods burned out and came back with something I didn't take in with me. That's also true. I'm not telling you any of this to scare you away from the woods. Plenty of people go camping every weekend, and the worst thing that happens is raccoons steal their hot dogs. There are 1,000 cabins out there where the scariest sound you're gonna hear is a squirrel on the roof or your uncle snoring. I'm not anti-forest. I'm not here to preach that you should never hike again. I'm telling you this because I honestly don't know if he's still looking for me, or if he's already here. You can live a long time on the surface of something and tell yourself the deep parts are done. You go to work, you change oil, you change air filters, you sit through parent-teacher conferences and boiler inspections and dentist appointments, and you think, that was then. This is now. But the problem with then is it doesn't always stay where you put it. Sometimes it seeps out of trail cams, into emails, into envelopes on your kitchen table, into grainy CCTV frames that show more than you saw the first time. And sometimes it seeps in other ways, like in the little spaces where your day overlaps with his. I pause the recording for a second and rub my eyes. My cast is long gone. But every once in a while, my wrist aches when the weather turns. Old bone remembering old impacts. When I start the recording again, the room has changed just a bit. You probably heard it before I did through your headphones or your car stereo. The faint shift in background noise. A tiny tick. Then another. A subtle, irregular patter on the roof above the garage. Rain. I glance up instinctively, even though I can't see through shingles. A couple seconds later, it's more obvious, the soft, hollow drumming of drops on asphalt shingles, on the metal gutter that runs along the edge of the roof, the sound of water finding its way into every seam. Well, that figures, I mutter into the mic. In the recording, the rain noise builds slowly, threading itself through my words. It's not a storm yet, just a steady, light patter, the kind that makes the air smell like wet pavement and worms. Along the sidewall, near the floor, I hear the faint, irregular trickle of water hitting the downspout and running through it in little bursts. It sounds a lot like the drip in that basement did when something viscous hit concrete and spread. I shift in the chair. The metal legs squeak on the concrete. So, I say, unsettling signs. That's what you'd call them. Write emails, notes, footsteps that might be in your head. The FBI sending you a picture of a man who was standing 20 feet away from you while you thought you were finally safe. The rain intensifies a notch. Not a downpour, not yet, but enough to make the gutters start participating. You can hear the water hit the metal channels outside, then spill into the downspout with a hollow, echoing gluck, gluck, gluck. My phone, face down on the crate next to the mic, buzzes. The vibration makes a small, plastic rattle against the crate's lid. On the waveform, It'll just be a little spike. In the room, it cuts straight through me. I flip it over with my thumb. Unknown number. 10 digits. No name. Area code from a state I don't know anyone in. I stare at it while it buzzes. Once. Twice. 3 times. The reasonable move is to answer. It could be work. It could be the FBI again. It could be some robocall about my car's extended warranty. It could be a lot of things. I let it ring. The screen goes dark. Then lights again. A few seconds later, one new voicemail. My stomach does a slow flip. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. But after 10 years of this, curiosity and dread are pretty much the same flavor. I tap the notification. Put the phone on speaker. Hold it between myself and the mic, so if this whole thing is just nothing, at least you get to hear it, too. The automated voice comes first, bland and bored. You have 1 new message, a beep, then silence. For a long, horrible 3 seconds. There's nothing, just the faint hiss of the recording line. A few pops like somebody adjusting their grip near the phone. Then thump. A single, heavy footstep on wood. The sound hits like a physical thing. It's not my house's laminate click. It's that deeper, resonant sound I've tried to forget at a boot meeting old boards. Weight settling. The wood answering from underneath. Another step. Closer. By the way it rings, there's no voice, no breathing I can pick out. Just those measured, unhurried impacts and a faint ambient hiss like empty space. Somewhere in the background of the message, so faint you almost have to lean into it. There's a different noise rain on metal, not on shingles, on something thinner, tinny. The house in my headphones changes from my own to his. The footsteps stop. A pause, then the long, aching whine of hinges that haven't been oiled in decades. It starts as a creak and blooms into a full-bodied screech, metal grinding against metal, wood complaining underneath. You can hear the slow, dragging arc of a door being opened downwards. A hatch. There's a hollow clunk as it comes to rest against something solid. Then the sound I know entirely too well, the light jangle of chain. A metallic shiver as a link brushes another. As if something overhead is swaying just enough to disturb it. The mic on the other end isn't great, but it catches the vibrations. The chain rattles faintly, then settles. For a couple seconds, it's almost quiet. Just the hum of whatever cheap recorder picked this up and the distant patter of rain. Then, from very far away, so distant, it might be down a corridor, or behind a door, or just buried under walls and earth. There's a muffled sound. A voice. Not words. Not clearly. Just a long, thin thread of noise shaped like someone trying to moan through duct tape. A desperate, compressed little sound that pulls all the hairs on my arms straight up. It lasts maybe a second and a half. Then it cuts off. The message ends with a little click. Silence. End of new message. The robotic voice says cheerfully, I don't realize I've stopped breathing until my lungs start to burn. I replay it. Once, twice, each time. I listen harder, trying to catch some hint that it's a prank, a recording stolen from a movie, some audio trick. But the imperfections are all wrong for that. The way the sound distorts when the hinge squeals, the little drop in volume when the chain rattles, the shape of that distant, smothered cry. It sounds exactly like my basement. Not this one. Not the concrete under my house where I keep tools and a water heater. His. I end the playback. My hand leaves a faint smear of sweat on the screen. Outside, the rain has turned earnest. It makes a solid, continuous patter now, the gutters rushing steadily. A car drives past on the street, its tires hissing in the wet. Somewhere, a neighbor's wind chimes clink awkwardly, pulled at by the breeze. I turn my head and look at the small garage window. Through the fogged glass, I can see the glow of the street lamp out front, sodium vapor yellow, turning the rain into golden lines. The silhouette of the maple in our yard moves gently, branches swaying. For a moment, between one sway and the next, I see something else, a darker shape, narrower than the trunk, standing at its base, hat brim, shoulders. No movement at all, just a vertical absence in the curtain of rain. I blink. The tree sways again, leaves shivering. The shadow is gone. It might never have been there at all. I could get up right now. I could open the garage door, step into the rain with a flashlight and a gun, scan every inch of the yard. I could wake my wife, call the non-emergency line, ask them to drive by, or I can sit here, in this chair, in this little pocket of light and concrete and cardboard, and finish telling you this. People ask me why I don't go camping anymore. They joke about it sometimes. Come on, Mark, live a little. The bears don't want you. Bad knees keeping you from the trail. They think it's a lifestyle choice, a midlife thing, a dad thing. The truth is, you don't have to go into the woods to find monsters. Sometimes, if you've already walked into their basement once, they'll spend the rest of their lives trying to bring the basement back to you.